Chapter 852. Blood floated in the air. It was a ghastly sight, causing Lu Zhanlie and the other two to change their expressions. Their faces were filled with shock and horror. This is impossible. The three of them were shocked and furious. Marquis Mu was the most powerful person among the 9 great generals. His combat strength was extremely powerful, but now he was killed in an instant. Lin Tian put away the 6 divine weapons and grabbed Marquis Mu's divine blade before turning to look at Yang Qi and the others. "Send them on their way," he said. Marquis Mu was indeed very powerful, slightly more powerful than Qi Lianjin and the other 2 young kings. In a normal battle, it would definitely take him a lot of time to kill the other party. However, this battle was obviously different from a normal battle. Marquis Mu displayed the great Dao Law right from the start and directly pulled the battle to the peak. He also displayed his strongest technique at the first moment. The reincarnation diagram of the monarch territory supported by the great Dao Law. Then he summoned the 6 divine weapons, the 4-symbol seal, and the yin-yang lotus sea at the same time to suppress the other party. In this way, the outcome was decided in the blink of an eye. He won and Marquis Mu died. The 3 of them and the crocodile had already seen Marquis Mu being killed. At this moment, they nodded slightly, and the divine power and demonic light around their bodies became stronger. "True thunder divine sword," Ziki muttered. With a rumble, a thunder shadow stood up in the divine roar palace and slowly pulled out a thunder sword. Then a vast amount of thunder laws rushed out of his body and intertwined with the sword. It shattered the sky and cracked the earth. It turned into a fatal sword attack. "Returning to the domain of the great Dao realm, you 3 little bastards, I'll use you as a sacrifice for Lord Crocodile's great 5 elements art." Whooshing Crocodile chuckled. Behind it, the 5 colored wings flapped gently. Suddenly, the 5 different types of great Dao power of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth intertwined together like 5 destructive millstones rotating. There was even the light of yin and yang being drawn out. Bai Qiu held up the moon in the starry sky and brought out the great Dao law of yin. The 2 merged, causing the space to become dark. Clang! The sound of the saber echoed out as Yang Qi slashed out with his divine weapon, causing a dazzling saber light to shoot out. It merged with the magical laws of the great Dao, transforming into a matchlessly domineering saber attack that left Lin Tian visibly shaken. It was so powerful that it seemed capable of destroying entire worlds. The eyes of the 3 men and 1 crocodile shone brightly. Each of them used their great path cultivation to activate their strongest techniques as they mercilessly pressed forward. Chi! With a soft sound, the void was directly annihilated, leaving nothing behind. For Lu Zhanlie and the other 2, such an attack was a sure kill. The 3 of them roared out in horror as they unleashed all of their techniques. However, how could they possibly withstand such an attack? They were instantly crushed into pieces, and even their spirits were destroyed. Lord Crocodile and the others rushed over as soon as they reached the great Dao realm. "They are really rushing to their deaths." Whooshing Crocodile sneered. At this time, Bai Qiu, Bai Ziki, and Yang Qi joined hands and grabbed the 3 divine weapons, giving each of them one by one. Whooshing Crocodile's eyes widened. F***CK. "You 3 brats are so evil. You've captured all of them." Bai Qiu rolled her eyes and said, "You've lived for at least 1,000 years. Aren't you embarrassed to snatch things from us?" Whooshing Crocodile's eyes widened, and he was speechless for a long time. Lin Tian wanted to laugh, but she held it in and walked over. Bai Qiu kept the divine weapons, blinked, and asked, "What are we going to do next?" She didn't think that killing Lu Zhanlie and the others was a big deal. After all, although Lu Zhanlie and the others were extraordinary and powerful, they were even more extraordinary and powerful. "I heard that the little bastard is in seclusion in some ruins. Let's look for him and kill him while he's in seclusion," Whooshing Crocodile said viciously. Lin Tian glanced at it from the corner of her eyes It's not that easy. Do you think Enlonjing's place of seclusion is some ordinary place? It must be a secret among secrets. Finding it is as difficult as finding that immortal estate world in the central region. Whooshing Crocodile pursed his lips. Since you say so, let's go find that immortal estate world. There. Boom. The sky suddenly shook, and the earth shook, directly interrupting Whooshing Crocodile's words. At this moment, the world suddenly darkened. Strong winds blew, and the temperature in the air dropped exponentially. Looking over, rolling dark clouds appeared in the sky, and an incomparably oppressive aura spread to every corner of the world, as if a heavenly tribulation was about to descend. Boom! The heavens trembled again, and then it suddenly split open. Endless, dark clouds roiled, surging like the waves of the sea. Then, within the dark clouds, a vast and boundless palace appeared. It was eerie as if it was a kingdom of death. This is space, no. It feels like time and space have been shattered. That palace. Lin Tian's heart trembled. Even someone as powerful as him felt a chill run down his spine. That palace seemed to be able to swallow everything. Beside him, Bai Qiu, Bai Ziki, and Yang Qi were also shocked, and their expressions changed greatly. Whooshing Crocodile was the most frightened. Its scales stood on end, and it jumped on top of Lin Tian's head, tugging on Lin Tian's hair. Even its voice was trembling. This is extreme, extreme, extreme. Extremine Palace. It stared at the eerie palace and the endless dark clouds in the sky, and its eyes widened as it shrunk its neck. At this moment, Lin Tian and the others all looked at it. It seemed that Whooshing Crocodile knew something about this palace. You know it, Lin Tian said, and then he was shocked. Wait, Extremine Palace? I think I've heard of it somewhere before. He thought carefully, and then his expression changed slightly. He remembered that he had heard these 3 words from an old drunkard. Back then, an old drunkard had told him that he had found the remnant soul of the woman he loved in the heavenly palace of death in the depths of Extremine Palace. Extremine Palace. It's that. He looked at the eerie palace in the sky, and his eyes were filled with shock. Whooshing Crocodile tugged on Lin Tian's hair and said, Extremine Palace intersecting in the chaotic space and time. It only appears once in a while, and every time it appears, a large number of people will die. Since ancient times, who knows how many experts have been buried there. As it spoke, it couldn't help but tremble. It said that this thing is a palace that floated out of hell. What? Hearing it say this, Lin Tian was shocked again. Bai Qiu and the others stared at it. Hell, isn't that just an illusion? Does it really exist? Bai Qiu's eyes widened. Even in the mortal world, the word hell was well known. However, such a place had always been considered to be an illusion, something fabricated in the unofficial history. It simply didn't exist. Now, the 5 elemental alligator actually said that the palace in the sky was a palace that floated out from hell. This was too unbelievable, causing everyone to be shocked. Whether that bullshit hell exists or not, how would Lord Crocodile know? It's all legends I heard. Lord Crocodile knows that this thing isn't a good thing. Whooshing Crocodile stared at the Extremine Palace in the sky, which was shrouded in rolling dark clouds, as if there was a death god inside. Hurry up and find a place to hide. Don't get dragged in. Boom! The sky trembled, and an invisible and terrifying force was projected from the Extremine Palace, falling to the ground like rain. In an instant, the entire 5th heaven was swept away. Strands of black lightning intertwined, causing the space around to become chaotic, rippling like water ripples. Huge space cracks appeared, swallowing everything around them. Lin Tian and the others were all horrified. At this moment, they felt as if they had fallen into a swamp, unable to move. Moreover, the space around them was full of cracks, as if there were pairs of invisible hands stretching out from them, pulling them into it. Awoo! Run, run, run. Don't get sucked in. You will fall into the extreme Een Palace. Whooshing crocodile roared. Lin Tian's group naturally didn't want to be sucked into the surrounding spatial rifts. All of them struggled, but it was useless. At this moment, even moving a finger was very difficult. They couldn't do anything. Buzz! In the surroundings, numerous spatial cracks interweaved with one another. Every spatial crack had pitch-black fog surging out, as if they were the gates to hell, cold and frightening. Lin Tian and the others struggled hard, but it was still useless. They were still dragged into the surrounding space cracks. In the end, after a dozen breaths, the group was swallowed. At this time, in the fifth heaven, similar space cracks appeared everywhere, pulling all the nearby creatures into them. Nothing could resist them. Damn it! What the hell is this? Open! Open for me! No! Some cultivators screamed miserably. They couldn't use their divine abilities, and they couldn't use their secret techniques. One by one, they were swallowed into the space cracks. At this moment, the entire fifth heaven was dark. A gloomy palace floated in the sky, sitting in the endless dark clouds. It was as if the palace of hell was floating in the sky. An invisible force fell from the sky, sucking in the lives of the cultivators one by one. In the endless darkness, Lin Tian felt sore all over his body. He couldn't see anything. Even his divine sense was useless, causing him to frown. This didn't last for long. Almost in an instant, a wisp of dark light appeared in front of him. With a bang, an invisible force rolled out beside him. It was as if space was shaking and he was directly thrown out. His body swayed 3 times before he finally steadied himself and stepped on the thick ground. As far as the eye could see, this piece of land was crimson red, as if it had been soaked in blood. The ground was littered with scattered corpses, and wisps of pitch black mist floated in the air. This is the extreme Een Temple. His pupils shrank, only to feel that his whole body became cold, as if someone poured a basin of ice water on him. Immediately he recovered and quickly looked around, only to find that Bai Qiu, Bai Ziki, and Yang Qi were gone. Only the whooshing crocodile was still holding his hair tightly. Where are the others? He grabbed the whooshing crocodile and pulled him down. How would Lord Crocodile know? He must have been sucked into this space, but now he is in a different place from us. The whooshing crocodile said, then directly wailed, In the end, I was still pulled in, damn it. This broken place, even some emperors stay away from it. Is this a place where crocodiles can come? I hashtag yen. Ouch. Chapter 853. Hearing whooshing crocodiles wail, Lin Tian couldn't help but be shocked. This extreme Een Temple was a place where even emperors would stay away from. Damn crocodile, is it that exaggerated? Even emperors are afraid of this place. He frowned slightly. Whooshing crocodile cursed as it wailed. Is there any point in Master Crocodile lying to you? Are there any benefits? F***CK, your grandfather. It pulled Lin Tian's hair and said, This lousy place is the most ancient life forbidden zone in the 10-direction sky region. It's definitely a forbidden zone. Lin Tian was shocked. The most ancient life forbidden zone. This lousy place only appears once in thousands of years. This time, Master Crocodile coincidentally saw it. F***CK. I'm so unlucky. Whooshing Crocodile kept cursing. Lin Tian couldn't be bothered with it anymore. Looking at the scarlet barren land with corpses and Een fog, he couldn't help but frown again. He paused for a moment, then took a step forward and walked in a certain direction. Kid, what are you doing? Whooshing Crocodile asked. Find those 3 people, then find a way out. Lin Tian on Dao. According to Whooshing Crocodile, this extreme Een Temple was not a good place. There was probably no benefit in staying here. Now he had to find Bai Qiu and the others first, then quickly leave this place. Master Crocodile thinks so too. Hurry up and find them. Master Crocodile doesn't want to stay in this lousy place for even a second. This is not a place for crocodiles. Whooshing Crocodile agreed with this move with both paws. The place where the man and the crocodile were now was like a vast plain. The ground was crimson red, and there was no end in sight. There were corpses everywhere on the ground. Lin Tian walked on this scarlet ground and glanced at the corpses beside his feet. Suddenly, he stopped and lightly tapped one of the corpses with the tip of his foot. Instantly, the corpse and its clothes turned into ashes. This he was slightly moved. Just now he had only touched it slightly and did not use any strength at all, but the corpse had instantly turned into ashes. There was only one explanation for this. The corpse had existed for an extremely long time, at least 100,000 years. Whooshing Crocodile obviously knew what he was thinking and said, "Kid, don't think about it." Master Crocodile already said that this extreme Een temple is the most ancient forbidden area in the 10 directions, celestial domain. It has existed for a long time and has manifested in various eras. Lin Tian nodded and continued to walk forward. Walking on this red land, strands of black fog floated in the air, causing the temperature of this space to be extremely cold. Even with the current cultivation of Lin Tian and Whooshing Crocodile, they could not help but feel a chill run down their backs. It was unknown how vast this red plain was. As Lin Tian walked on it, he more or less felt that it was spacious. This was because, as far as the eye could see, there was nothing but corpses. Not even an ant could be seen. Crack! Suddenly, there was the sound of a broken chain. The ground not far away cracked open, and a blackworm like an earthworm crawled out from the ground. This blackworm was only an inch long and as thick as a thumb. After wriggling twice, it directly turned into a black light and rushed towards Lin Tian. Its speed was shockingly fast, and in the blink of an eye it was in front of Lin Tian. Lin Tian was moved. He raised his hand and slashed out a golden sword light, which landed firmly on the black worm's body and sent it flying on the spot. However, what shocked him was that the black worm fell to the ground in the distance and wriggled a few times before rushing over again. It was unscathed, and its speed was even faster. Damn! What the hell is this? Whooshing Crocodile stared. It knew very well how strong Lin Tian was now. Although the sword strike just now was just a casual slash, it was enough to shatter an ordinary early-stage Great Dao expert. However, the black worm was only an inch long, and it was not injured at all. Whoosh! There was the sound of something breaking through the air. In the blink of an eye, the black worm was in front of Lin Tian again. Lin Tian's right hand trembled. This time, it was no longer a casual attack. Instead, he slashed out a thick sword light that towered into the sky. With an ear-piercing sword hum, the towering sword light landed firmly on the black worm's body. With a poof, the black worm was cut into pieces. A viscous and foul-smelling liquid flowed out, corroding a large part of the ground. Crack! 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 The sound of chains breaking rang out one after another. On the crimson plains, the ground kept cracking open as blackworms crawled out. In the blink of an eye, they piled up into a worm tide. There were at least 10,000 of them, and just one look was enough to make one's scalp tingle. These blackworms had no eyes, but their senses were very sharp. Their bodies were as black as ink, as though they were forged from black gold. They all rushed towards Lin Tian. Lin Tian raised his hand, and the towering sword light swept across a large area, slashing horizontally. Poof! 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 The blackworms kept exploding and falling to the ground. However, gradually more and more blackworms crawled out from the ground. Many of them were about 5 inches long. These blackworms were faster and their bodies were tougher. When Lin Tian's towering sword light slashed on the bodies of these blackworms, sparks of light sputtered out. It was difficult to cut them into pieces. Instead, it made them let out a ferocious worm cry. Then, more and more blackworms rushed out from the ground. They were so densely packed that the man and the crocodile were shocked. "Boy, retreat! the whooshing crocodile shouted. Lin Tian did not hesitate. These black worms were a little strange. If they really swarmed over, he and the whooshing crocodile would probably be swallowed alive in the blink of an eye. He slashed out a towering sword light and stepped on the yin and yang puppet without hesitation. He left after images with each step. In the blink of an eye, he was far away. Soon he walked for about 10,000 feet. What's that? He frowned. Those black worms were a little strange and terrifying. When combined, they could probably even swallow a comprehension realm cultivator. I don't know, but it seems to be a type of corpse worm. The whooshing crocodile said. Lin Tian questioned, Are corpse worms that powerful? Don't forget, this is extreme Yin Temple. Don't judge by common sense. In this place, a dead toad might jump out and swallow a great path cultivator, the whooshing crocodile said. Lin Tian did not say anything else. He spread out his powerful divine consciousness, looking for traces of Bai Qiu and the others. Soon he walked for about 10,000 feet. He was still on the Crimson Plain, and the ground was still littered with corpses. Boom! At this time, a shocking wave of divine power came from ahead. There was a familiar wave. It seems to be the divine power wave of that girl from the Bai family, the whooshing crocodile said. Lin Tian naturally felt it immediately. He rushed forward like lightning, covering hundreds of feet in one step. In the blink of an eye, he crossed hundreds of feet. There were two figures fighting fiercely in front of him. Two different types of divine power vibrated. The two figures were a man and a woman. The woman was dressed in purple and had a blood-red divine sword above her head. Her killing power was unparalleled. It is indeed the girl from the Bai family, the whooshing crocodile said. Then he looked at the figure fighting with Bai Qiu. He thought for a while and said, It seems to be that bastard's third general. What's his name again? Lu Lizhong. He's at the 8th heaven of the Great Path. They had tried to understand Lan Jing's 9 great battle generals before, so they naturally knew what the 9 great battle generals looked like. Boom! In front of them, divine power surged and surged. Lin Tianyi stepped forward and held up the Great Path reincarnation diagram. Bai Qiu felt a familiar aura and turned to look. She was delighted when she saw Lin Tian. On the other hand, Lu Lizhong, who was fighting with her, was shocked. He immediately felt threatened and retreated. You still want to run? I'll suppress you. Bai Qiu shouted and held up the starry sky moon of the king's territory. It pressed down on Lu Lizhong. Lu Lizhong's expression changed drastically. He immediately recognized the king's territory. Starry sky moon, you have the Taiyuan constitution. He roared and held up the Great Path nomological laws. Together with the power of the divine weapon, he forcefully broke through the starry sky moon. However, at this moment there was a loud bang. Lin Tian's Great Path reincarnation diagram arrived. It was far more terrifying than the starry sky moon. Blood splattered. Under the Great Path reincarnation diagram, Lu Lizhong was directly shattered. His soul escaped in a sorry state and fled into the distance like a stray dog. Lin Tianling snorted. He took a step forward and stopped him. The Great Path reincarnation diagram pressed down again. No, stop. With a soft sound, Lu Lizhong's soul was directly crushed. Whooshing crocodile clicked his tongue and said, Lu Lizhong, the 3rd battle general of the Chaos Bastard, was also pulled into this extreme Yin Temple. I wonder if the Chaos Bastard was pulled in. It's best if he fell into a group of ghost sages and was bitten to death. Lin Tian didn't say anything. He raised his hand and grabbed Lu Lizhong's divine weapon that rolled to the side. He raised his hand and erased the divine sense imprint on it. Then he imprinted his own imprint on it and kept it in his sea of consciousness. I was looking for you guys. I didn't expect to meet a strong enemy. Bai Qiu smiled and floated over like a breeze. Lin Tian looked at her. You're alone. He looked around. Bai Ziki and Yang Qi weren't there. There were no other cultivators or living beings. Just me. Didn't I say that I was looking for you guys? Bai Qiu said. She glanced around Lin Tian. Where's my brother? And the one with the saber? Isn't he with you? Lin Tian spread his hands. Obviously they weren't with him. Go find them. After you find them, we'll find a way out, he said. Bai Qiu nodded and walked forward in a direction. In the blink of an eye, they had traveled thousands of feet. At this time, the ground under their feet was still red. The corpses on the ground gradually decreased, and the air became scorching hot. After walking for thousands of feet, there were no more corpses on the ground. A large river appeared in front of them. However, the river wasn't filled with water. Instead, it was filled with rolling lava. From time to time, pillars of lava would rush into the sky. For a moment, the two people and the crocodile stared at each other. A sea of lava. Whooshing Crocodile swallowed his saliva. Looking ahead, the space was slightly distorted. Clearly, it was caused by the extreme heat. The heat made even someone as powerful as Lin Tian's heart palpitate involuntarily. As far as he was concerned, this level of lava could easily destroy a great Dao-level cultivator. What kind of lousy place is this? He couldn't help but say the same thing as Whooshing Crocodile. Chapter 854. The lava billowed and converged into a vast ocean in front of them. They did not know how wide it was, but it directly blocked their path. What should we do? Should we cross it? Bai Qiu asked Lin Tian. Lin Tian looked ahead. Before he could say anything, Whooshing Crocodile shook his head repeatedly. Go back. Lord Crocodile does not want to cross such a lava ocean. It feels strange, no matter how I look at it. Rumble. The earth suddenly shook as if there was an earthquake. A gust of cold air surged from behind them. The two men and the crocodile turned around and saw a black tide of insects rushing towards them. It was a black mass, wriggling and rolling up dust. Bai Qiu trembled in fear and immediately hid behind Lin Tian. Damn! How many corpse insects are there? They actually chased us all the way here. Whooshing Crocodile stared. Lin Tian was also surprised. The black corpse insects they encountered at the beginning had gathered in such a large number and swept to this place. The number was estimated to be at least hundreds of thousands. We have no choice now. We can only cross this lava ocean. Lin Tiandao. These black corpse insects were a little scary. With such a large group coming from behind, even an Enlightenment Realm expert would be swallowed alive. They definitely could not block it. The only way was to cross the lava ocean. Let's go. As he spoke, he pulled Bai Qiu back. Without the slightest hesitation, he soared into the air and stepped onto the sea of lava, heading towards the other side. Damn, Lord Crocodile really does not want to cross this lava ocean. It's weird no matter how I look at it. Whooshing Crocodile cursed. However, as Lin Tian said, they had no choice now. Facing such a large group of terrifying black corpse insects, they could only cross this lava ocean. Whoosh! 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 The sound of something breaking through the air was heard. Before the two men and the crocodile could cross the edge of the lava ocean, black corpse insects shot towards them. How dare you rush over? Whooshing Crocodile scolded. The 5 colored wings on his back shook and directly swayed a hurricane. The black light was all blown away. Some exploded in the air, and some are swept down and rolled into the lava ocean. All of a sudden, the corpse worms that fell into the lava sea directly burned. Even some 5-inch long black corpse worms were no exception. After falling into the lava sea below, they were burned to ashes in the blink of an eye. This caused Lin Tian and the 5 Elements alligator to be shocked. They stared at the lava ocean and involuntarily inhaled a breath of cold air. We can't fall in. No, we can't be stained by the lava. This can probably melt even an Enlightenment Realm expert. Whooshing Crocodile swallowed his saliva. B. Lin Tiandao said. He and Whooshing Crocodile both knew how strong the black corpse insects were, especially the 5-inch long corpse insects. Previously, when he activated the heaven-piercing sword light, he could not immediately cut them into pieces. When he slashed the insects' bodies, a series of sparks sputtered out. But now, the lava here burned the 5-inch long corpse insects to ashes in an instant. Seeing Lin Tian and Whooshing Crocodile so cautious, Bai Qiu shrunk his neck and became incomparably cautious. As they walked on the molten sea, scorching air currents rose up, and very soon, sweat began to flow down from their bodies. *CK, it's so hot. Whooshing Crocodile stuck out his tongue and complained. Bai Qiu nodded in agreement. That's right, you're hot like a dog. Whooshing Crocodile retracted his tongue and revealed an exasperated expression. #Yen, the two of them and the crocodile walked towards the lava ocean. In mid-air, the scorching heat rose, causing the space around them to distort. That scorching heat was truly oppressive. Gulp, gulp, gulp. The surface of the lava ocean rolled, and with a sizzling sound, lava bubbles appeared and burst. It was a horrifying sight. In the blink of an eye, the two of them and the crocodile walked for about a few hundred feet. Boom! At this moment, a wave of flame rushed up, sweeping dozens of feet high and directly burning the space. Under the lava ocean, a humanoid creature stood up. Its body was completely made of lava, and it was dozens of feet tall. It was like a lava giant. This lava giant's expression was numb, and its eyes were pitch black. As soon as it stood up, it threw a punch at Lin Tian and the others. The two of them and the crocodile could not help but feel their scalps go numb. Such a punch made them feel as if their bodies were about to melt. Buzz! Lin Tian decisively propped up the reincarnation diagram of the king's territory and enveloped Bai Qiu and Whooshing Crocodile in it. With a sizzling sound, the reincarnation diagram of the king's territory melted completely on the spot. Oh my God! Whooshing Crocodile shuddered, and its scales stood on end while its eyes almost popped out. It did not know what the divine diagram that Lin Tian propped up was exactly, but it knew how powerful it was. With Lin Tian's current cultivation level, killing ordinary fifth firmament great Dao powerhouses would be a piece of cake. However, it was now shattered by the lava giant that stood up under the lava ocean with a single punch. No, it should be said that it was directly melted by the terrifying lava. Bai Qiu also widened his eyes. This, Lin Tian also frowned. The lava giant that stood up in the lava ocean was terrifyingly powerful. Boom! The lava ocean churned, and pillars of flame rushed up. In the blink of an eye, 7 identical lava giants stood up. All of a sudden, lava sputtered in this place as if it was going to melt everything. Including the lava giant at the beginning, there were a total of 8 lava giants staring at the two of them and the crocodile. Their eye sockets were pitch black, and they were either waving their fists or extending their hands to attack the two of them at the same time. Lin Tian propped up the reincarnation diagram again and used it to envelop Bai Qiu and Whooshing Crocodile for protection. Then he stepped on the 5th level of the Yin and Yang Ho and dodged with the two of them, avoiding the 8 lava giants and leaving them behind. Roar! A ferocious roar came from behind, and a huge lava wave that was hundreds of feet tall covered the sky and the sun, pressing towards the two of them and the crocodile. The huge wave approached in the blink of an eye, casting a huge shadow that completely covered the two of them. Attack behind us together! Lin Tian said quickly. He wrapped Bai Qiu and Whooshing Crocodile in divine light and rushed forward. Then he struck the reincarnation diagram behind them. Bai Qiu nodded seriously and immediately propped up the king's territory, causing the surroundings to become much colder. The starry sky and the bright moon hung high in the sky, pressing down together with Lin Tian's reincarnation diagram. Whooshing Crocodile roared and flapped its 5-colored wings, using the Great 5 Elements art to sweep up a 5-colored hurricane and attack behind them. Boom! The reincarnation diagram Starry Sky Moon and Great Five Elements art collided with the huge lava wave behind them. With three light, sizzling sounds, the reincarnation diagram, the Starry Sky Moon, and the Great Five Elements art were annihilated on the spot. However, the huge waves of the scorching ocean that were about to drown the two men and the crocodile also exploded at the first moment, sputtering out huge balls of molten fire. "Brat, dodge, dodge, dodge!" Whooshing crocodile shouted. After the huge wave shattered, the lava fireballs were like a rain of fire. The destructive power contained within was also very terrifying. Lin Tian stepped on the 5th level of the Yin and Yang Hua, leaving an afterimage with each step. His speed was extremely fast, moving between the gaps of the lava fireballs. After 3 breaths, he left this area and rushed toward the opposite side of the lava wave. Roar! The roar of the lava giants came from behind, but it was getting weaker and weaker. After a few more breaths, Lin Tian used the 5th level of the Yin and Yang Hua to carry Bai Qiu and Whooshing Crocodile and finally completely shook off the 8 lava giants. "Brat, your movement technique is really not bad," Whooshing Crocodile said. Lin Tian did not say anything. In the blink of an eye, he had crossed a large distance with each step. Soon, the two of them and the crocodile traveled on the lava wave for a full 2 hours and finally saw the shadow of the shore. "We're on the other side," Bai Qiu said. Lin Tian increased his speed at the right time. After 3 breaths, he landed on the other side and stepped on the thick soil again. "We're finally here." Whooshing Crocodile exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. The group stood on the shore and looked forward. In front of them was still a stretch of barren red land, and the ground was still covered with corpses. However, compared to the other side of the lava wave, there were more corpses here, densely packed. "Let's go." Lin Tian Dao. They directly walked forward. Before long, they had crossed a distance of about 10,000 feet. At this time, the figures of other cultivators appeared in front of them. There were many of them, at least 1,000. Moreover, in addition to the human cultivators, there were many powerful demons in front of them. Among them, there were existences comparable to great Dao masters who still maintained their beast forms. Did we really get sucked into that temple? Many of the cultivators did not look good. At the same time, there were human powerhouses and demon beasts fighting. The fluctuations of divine power and demon power rolled together. When the two of them and the crocodile arrived, they did not care about these cultivators, nor did they care about the human powerhouses and demon beasts who were fighting. Instead, they used their divine senses to search for traces of Baiziki and Yangqi. However, although they did not care about the other cultivators recognized them. Many of them were moved, especially when they saw Lin Tian. Many of them even trembled slightly. "This is that man." "It's him. I heard that Qi Lianjin and supplemental Dao you died at his hands not long ago. A few days ago, he also killed Zhan Yuji. Moreover, he killed several of Enlongjing's generals and killed one of Enlongjing's divine sense incarnations." Many cultivators whispered. Looking at Lin Tian, many people could not help but retreat. They were afraid of Lin Tian and were also afraid that they would be mistaken as having anything to do with Lin Tian. One had to know that Lin Tian had killed Zhan Yuji, Enlongjing's generals, and killed one of Enlongjing's divine sense incarnations. He had already become the first person that Enlongjing wanted to kill. If this was mistaken as having anything to do with Lin Tian, it might cause a lot of trouble. These people did not want to inexplicably cause a big disaster for themselves. "Boy Lin, look, these cultivators retreat when they see you. Each and every one of them is avoiding the god of plague." Whooshing Crocodile clicked its tongue. Lin Tian was too lazy to pay attention to it. His divine sense swept around and extended further to search for Baiziki's aura. Dong. Chapter 855. The bell sound was deep and indistinct, sounding from the depths. It wasn't that loud, but it immediately rang by everyone's ears, carrying a type of ice-cold feeling. Waves of dark clouds swirled about. Lin Tianji felt a tremor in his sea of consciousness when he heard the bell chime. The faint chime seemed to be drowning his consciousness and made it difficult for him to move. He moved his gaze with difficulty. Beside him, Bai Qiu and Wuxing Crocodile were trembling. Their eyes gradually became dazed. He looked forward again and saw that all the cultivators in front of him were stunned. They were all staring blankly into the depths as if they had lost their souls. His heart palpitated. Dong! At this moment, another bell chime came from the depths. It was cold and ancient, as if it came from space and time. In this place, all the human cultivators, demons, and beasts were stunned. Their expressions became even more dazed. They stepped forward and walked towards the depths. Lin Tianji felt another tremor in his sea of consciousness. His vision became blurry and his consciousness was about to be swallowed. Moreover, his body moved involuntarily. It was as if he was being guided by a mysterious force and started to walk towards the depths. Beside him, Bai Qiu and Wuxing Crocodile were the same. Like him, they slowly walked towards the depths. Their expressions became even more dazed. Dong! The bell chime was like a soul-summoning song, guiding everyone to move forward. Lin Tianji struggled with all his might, but it was useless. His body did not seem to belong to him at this moment. He walked on his own and moved towards the depths. Moreover, his consciousness was becoming more and more blurry. He could not even make a sound. Damn it! He cursed in his heart. His limbs were no longer under his control. He could only force his consciousness to circulate the Heart Sutra of the sun. He mobilized the slow divine power in his body to attack his flesh, meridians, and sea of consciousness. This was a painful process, 10,000 times more painful than having his own flesh and blood cut by a knife. He used this method to make his consciousness no longer blurry, allowing it to become clearer. At the same time, he used this method to stimulate the sluggish divine power to become smoother, using this method to fight for control of his body. However, this process was very difficult. His body continued to walk towards the depths of the depths. His steps were steady. In the blink of an eye, 2 hours passed. In front of them, a huge palace appeared on the horizon. The palace was eerie and ancient, interwoven with the vicissitudes of life, as if it had existed since time immemorial. It was like a primitive savage beast lying on the ground. Lin Tian's body was still moving on its own, but after 2 hours of struggling, his consciousness had become much clearer. He could clearly see the palace, and with just a quick glance, his spirit trembled violently, as if it was about to be swallowed. His uncontrollable body couldn't help but break out in cold sweat at this moment. Dong! The sound of a bell rang again, coming from the palace in front of them. Lin Tian saw a dense group of cultivators walking over mechanically from the horizon. Their expressions were numb as they walked into the palace one by one and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Lin Tian instinctively felt that the palace in front of him was very dangerous and full of misfortune. At that moment, the sound of a bell rang out from inside, pulling all the cultivators inside. Most of the cultivators had clearly lost all consciousness, becoming walking corpses. He gritted his teeth and used his much clearer consciousness to circulate the Sun Sutra even faster, madly stimulating his nerves. Very quickly, he uncontrollably came to the front of the palace and was already close to the palace door. It was also at this moment that his body trembled violently, directly exploding with a ball of dazzling golden light. With a low shout, he directly propped up the Great Tao reincarnation diagram. At the same time, he grabbed Bai Qiu and Wuxing Crocodile one by one into his own Great Tao reincarnation diagram. Stepping on the Yin Hua, he quickly retreated. He continuously retreated more than 1,000 feet before stopping. His entire body was drenched in sweat. Previously, he used a cruel method to stimulate all the nerves, flesh, and divine sense in his body to break free from the restraint of the bell. The kind of pain was even more unbearable than being smashed to pieces. He panted slightly, and his face was a little pale. His hands formed a seal and pressed down on by Chiu and Wuxing Crocodile, injecting his great Tao laws into their bodies and using external force to shake their divine sense seas. "Wake up!" he shouted in a low voice, and the great Tao laws poured in even more violently. Bai Chiu and Wuxing Crocodile shook together and instantly woke up, their eyes becoming clear. "Oh my God! Damn it!" Wuxing Crocodile immediately jumped up, and Bai Chiu also shrank her neck. She stared at the palace in front of her and fiercely swallowed her saliva. Obviously, the consciousness of the person and the crocodile were not completely blurred. On the way here, they were also resisting with difficulty, just that they did not succeed. However, even so, they were very clear about what had happened during this process. Now that they had regained control of their bodies, their hearts palpitated, and their bodies felt cold all over. "So scary!" Bai Chiu shrank her neck and said. She had the Lunar King physique and had already reached the level of the great Tao realm. But just now, she was still unable to break free from the restraint of that bell. "It's good that you are fine." Lin Tian patted her head. Wuxing Crocodile said, "That bell is like some kind of illusion, like the soul-summoning song of the dead. It can make living beings immerse themselves in it, and it has the ability to steal souls. If one is immersed too deeply, they may even lose themselves forever." As it said that, it looked at Lin Tian. "Speaking of which, Brat, you are good. Fortunately, you broke free from the restraint of that bell. Otherwise, we would have been finished." Dong! The bell rang again. It was eerie and faint, spreading across the area. The two people and the crocodile trembled. However, at this time, Lin Tian's great Tao reincarnation diagram was guarding outside, which more or less isolated the invisible power contained within the bell. This time, the two people and the crocodile were not greatly affected. They raised their heads. In front of them, a dense crowd of cultivators walked over from all directions, numbly walking into the palace in front of them. Lin Tian stared at the eerie palace. Just the door of the palace was dozens of feet tall. It was unknown what material it was made of, but it flickered with a faint light. The entire door was open, and it was difficult to see inside. It was as though it was the door of death that led to hell. It made one's heart tremble involuntarily. "This palace!" Bai Chiu and Wuxing Crocodile also looked at the palace, and they were a little scared. Wuxing Crocodile took a deep breath and said, "Lord Crocodile once read in an ancient book that there is a huge palace in the depths of extreme Yin Temple. It is called the Heavenly Palace of Death." Lin Tian's eyes flashed with a trace of light. As expected, back then, an old drunkard mentioned to him that he found the remnant soul of the woman he once loved in the Heavenly Palace of Death in the depths of extreme Yin Temple. Now that he came here under the suppression of the bell and saw such a huge palace, he guessed that this was the Heavenly Palace of Death that an old drunkard mentioned. It was indeed so. According to the ancient book, the Heavenly Palace of Death in the depths of extreme Yin Temple is a shocking ghost nest. There are demons everywhere, and most importantly, Wuxing Crocodile couldn't help but shudder. The ancient book recorded that this Heavenly Palace of Death had buried at least 5 Chaos Emperors in history. What? Hearing this, Lin Tian and Bai Chiu were shocked. Chaos Emperors were so powerful that they could crush everything with a lift of their hand. This Heavenly Palace of Death in front of them had actually buried at least 5 Chaos Emperors. That's why Extreme Yin Temple is said to be the oldest life forbidden zone since ancient times. It's an absolute forbidden zone. Every time it appears, a large number of people will die. Wuxing Crocodile glanced at the Heavenly Palace of Death in front of them. The bell chimes come from that Heavenly Palace of Death, and it forcefully pulls living beings into it. Needless to say, that Heavenly Palace of Death must be the core of Extreme Yin Temple, and the cultivators and living beings that are pulled into it must have a terrible ending. He flapped his 5 colored wings and said to Lin Tian and Bai Chiu, Hurry up and leave this place. That heavenly palace must not be approached. At this moment, the bell chimes stopped coming from the heavenly palace of death in front of them. Lin Tian nodded. He already knew that the heavenly palace of death was very dangerous and inauspicious, so he agreed with Wuxing Crocodile. He put away the reincarnation diagram and retreated with Bai Qiu. Boom! At this moment, the heavenly palace of death in front of them rumbled, and a familiar lightning aura intertwined. Instantly, the two people and one crocodile who were about to retreat were shocked. My brother! It's the aura of my brother's divine roar palace. He's in there. Bai Qiu couldn't help but cry out. Lin Tian looked ahead. The lightning aura coming from the heavenly palace of death was indeed the fluctuation of the divine roar palace. Bai Ziki had entered it, and it seemed that he had his own consciousness. It seemed that he was in trouble. Bai Qiu, why is your brother so unreliable this time? Why did he jump in there? CK, what do you think is so fun in that broken palace? Don't tell me he's taken a fancy to some beautiful female ghost. Wuxing Crocodile said angrily. What did you say? Bai Qiu stared at it angrily. Wuxing Crocodile couldn't help but roll its eyes, looking helpless. All right, stop fooling around. He must have been pulled in by the bell chimes, and then escaped from the bell chimes. If that's the case, Yang Qi should be in there too. Lin Tian said, and pulled Bai Qiu closer to the heavenly palace of death. Let's go in. After that, don't be careless. Be on your guard at all times. The heavenly palace of death was very ominous. It looked like a ferocious beast of death lying on the horizon. It must be very dangerous inside. However, since they knew that Bai Ziki and Yang Qi were in there, they naturally couldn't retreat. Those two little bastards really make me worry. Speaking of which, I really don't want to go into this broken palace. Wuxing Crocodile cursed, flapping its 5-colored wings and following them. Lin Tian couldn't be bothered with it. They slowly approached the heavenly palace of death. Before long, they were in front of the huge palace door again. At this time, the bell chimes were long gone. Moreover, the human cultivators and savage beasts who were attracted by the bell chimes had all entered the heavenly palace. The two people and the crocodile didn't stay for long. After a short pause, they directly stepped into the heavenly palace. As soon as they stepped into the heavenly palace, a gust of eerie yin qi swept over them, making them tremble. Damn it, it's so cold! Wuxing Crocodile shivered. Chapter 856. Genius 1. Second, remember love divided by little? Say net, providing you with wonderful novels to read. The aura in the heavenly palace was unexpectedly cold. It was colder than the ice abyss. Even someone as strong as Lin Tian felt a chill run down his spine. He couldn't help but have goosebumps. Love, go little, say, Chu, be careful, he said. Looking around, this heavenly palace was unexpectedly huge. It was dark inside, and it was difficult to see how far it went. There was only one palace path leading straight ahead. This palace path was very wide, at least several feet wide. It was paved with a strange bloodstone jade. At a glance, the palace path looked as if it had been stained with blood. The entire path was a bloodstone path. Two people and one crocodile didn't hesitate and stepped forward directly. It didn't take long for them to travel a distance of 3,000 feet. Why does Lord Crocodile feel that the flow of demon power in my body has become sluggish? Wuxing Crocodile suddenly said. My divine power too. Bai Qiu followed. Same. Lin Tiandao. The flow of his divine power was not as smooth as it usually was. It was as if a part of it had been frozen. In fact, the moment he stepped into this celestial palace, he had this feeling. It was just that it was clearer now. He didn't pay too much attention to it. He walked forward in the direction of Baiziki's thunder aura that he had sensed before. His speed wasn't fast, but it wasn't slow either. They walked on the bloodstone path that was several feet wide. There were palaces on both sides, all of which were several feet high. It felt like the pavilions on both sides of the street. However, the palaces here were all gloomy. It was as if ghosts stood on both sides and stared at them, ready to pounce on them and devour them at any time. It feels chilly. Whooshing Crocodile glanced at it. Lin Tian didn't say anything and continued to walk forward. There was silence in the heavenly palace. Not long after, the two people and the crocodile walked far away. Whoosh! At this time, a gust of wind swept through the area, causing a large portion of the windows on both sides of the bloody stone path to be blown open. They swayed in this gust of wind and made cracking noises. Waves of dense, evil energy spread out. Love, go, little, say, Netu Chu. The two men and the crocodile were startled. They felt a chill run down their spines. Then they saw a pair of blood-red eyes light up in a nearby hall. A ghastly glint flashed as a wave of extremely and extremely poisonous blood and fiendish fluctuations intertwined. With a buzzing sound, a violent force surged out and wrapped around Bai Qiu, dragging him into the palace. Lin Tian's expression changed. He took a step forward and grabbed Bai Qiu's hand. Then he lifted the reincarnation scroll, and with a single thought, he sent it into the hall. Instantly, a divine aura filled the hall. Roar! A ferocious roar came from within. In an instant, a gust of cold wind blew wildly. The evil energy became even more intense. Ghostly runes flashed out and swept toward the two men and the crocodile. At the same time, terrifying howls came from the other halls. In an instant, the gust of cold wind on the bloody stone path swept up waves of yellow sand. The atmosphere was cold and frightening. The scales on the whooshing crocodile's body stood up. It sensed great danger at the first moment. It flapped the 5 colored wings on its back and used the great 5 elements art without hesitation. The 5 colored light quickly spread out in all directions. Lin Tian pulled Bai Qiu back. His right leg shook on the ground. Instantly, dragon patterns covered it, blocking the gust of cold wind and yellow sand. Roar! Ugh! On both sides of the bloody stone path, ghostly howls came from the halls. It was eerie and terrifying. The energy was like a wave, as if it was going to swallow everything. It crazily pressed toward the two men and the crocodile. The two men and the crocodile felt a chill run down their spines. Let's go. Lin Tian used the dragon patterns to create a circle of divine light again. He pulled Bai Qiu and rushed forward quickly. Standing in this place, the evil energy and energy from the halls on both sides were too terrifying. Even someone as powerful as him felt a chill run down his spine. He felt that he could be swallowed at any time. Whooshing crocodile flapped its wings. The 5-colored divine wind spread out and steadily followed behind Lin Tian. Buzz! The gust of cold wind swept through. The windows of the halls on both sides of the bloody stone path were opened even more. The energy became thicker. Pairs of blood-red, ghostly eyes lit up. It was as if there were ghost emperors locked in them. The two men and the crocodile felt their scalps go numb. Whooshing crocodile couldn't help but yell, "Boy Lin, use that movement of yours. Hurry up and rush through this bloody stone path." Lin Tian gritted his teeth. He pulled Bai Qiu with one hand and reached out with the other to grab Whooshing crocodile's tail. He directly used the 5th level of Yin and Yang. His body turned into lightning and rushed forward quickly. At the same time, he held up the reincarnation diagram again. The king's territory protected him, Bai Qiu and Whooshing crocodile. It resisted the invasion of the Yin wind, yellow sand, and evil energy. His speed was very fast. In the blink of an eye, he had covered an unknown distance. Finally, there were no more halls on both sides of the bloody stone path. There was no more wind, no more yellow sand. They could only vaguely hear waves of ferocious roars behind them. He looked back but didn't stop. He pulled Bai Qiu and Whooshing crocodile and continued to run forward. After dozens of breaths, they finally stopped. The hulls from before were completely gone. You scared me to death. The 5 elements alligator swallowed its saliva and glanced behind it. I really don't know what's locked in those palaces. If they rush out. As it said that, it couldn't help but tremble violently. So scary. Bai Qiu shrunk his neck. Even Lin Tian couldn't help but feel his heart palpitate. The blood-red ghost eyes that lit up in those halls were too terrifying. Just the aura that casually leaked out made him feel like he was about to be crushed. He was forced to use the reincarnation diagram to protect himself and escape. He thought about what Wuxing Crocodile said. If the thing inside really rushed out, it would probably swallow them whole in the blink of an eye. He took a deep breath and exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. Then he said in a deep voice, "Let's go. We'll leave after we find them." They had just entered the heavenly palace. They were only at the edge, but they were already forced to this point. It was enough to imagine how terrifying the heavenly palace was. They couldn't stay for long. After finding Bai Ziki and Yang Qi, they had to leave immediately. Without any hesitation, the 2 people and the crocodile quickly walked forward. Before long, they reached the end of the Bloodstone Road. As far as the eye could see, there was a pitch-black wasteland in front of them. There were blood-red mountains on the horizon, like thick ghost snakes. The 2 people and the crocodile weren't surprised to see such a wasteland in the heavenly palace. After all, there were similar situations in other places, let alone in the heavenly palace of death. Boom! Suddenly, the sound of thunder came from one of the blood-red mountains in front of them. A huge thunder temple appeared. Bai Qiu's face lit up. "It's my brother. Let's go." Lin Tian, the 2 people, and the crocodile quickly moved forward. Before long, they arrived in front of the blood-red mountain. As far as the eye could see, the blood-red mountain was filled with thunder and lightning. Bai Ziki was in the thunder temple, fighting with a figure covered in armor. The figure was holding a long spear. His whole body was covered in a deathly aura. There was no sign of life. Bai Ziki held up the divine Roar Temple, but he didn't have the slightest advantage. The long spear in the armored figure's hand was mottled with rust, but it seemed to have a mighty force. It easily pierced through everything, forcing Bai Ziki to retreat. Damn, what the hell is this? How could it force Bai Qiu, who has the Thunder God King physique, into such a sorry state? Wuxing Crocodile stared. "Don't talk nonsense. Attack!" Lin Tian said. As he spoke, he took a step forward. Without the slightest bit of trickery, he directly propped up the reincarnation diagram and mercilessly pressed it down on the figure covered in armor. Buzz! Bai Qiu held up the starry sky moon. Starlight and moonlight intertwined, filling the surroundings. Wuxing Crocodile flapped its 5-colored wings. The great path law was mercilessly used, like a demonic river pressing forward. This was a kind of momentum. The 2 people and the crocodile used almost all their strength, and the armored figure was immediately sent flying. "Brother, are you okay?" Bai Qiu asked. Bai Ziki saw Lin Tian and the others. Seeing that Bai Qiu was unharmed, he heaved a sigh of relief and shook his head gently. Clang, 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 the sound of armor vibrating was heard. The armored figure that was sent flying stood up again and walked over with a long spear in its hand. Its movements were very stiff. It waved the long spear in its hand, bringing along a dense death aura, and pressed against the 3 people and the crocodile. "Be careful, this thing is not simple," Bai Ziki said in a deep voice. Lin Tian, Bai Qiu, and Wuxing Crocodile nodded and attacked with all their might. Monarch's territory, supernatural powers, and the great path law pressed forward together. Boom! 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 4 majestic forces intertwined in this space. After a full quarter of an hour, the 3 people and the crocodile pressed the armored figure to the ground and locked its limbs together. However, even so, the armored figure was still struggling violently, almost flipping the 3 people and the crocodile over. Its strength was unimaginable, even more exaggerated than Lin Tian's. Damn it, why is it so strong? Lin Tian, cut open the armor with your divine sword and see what's inside, Whooshing Crocodile said. Lin Tian nodded. A blood sword rushed out of his body and was used by him to pry open the armor on the figure's head. The three people and the crocodile looked over and saw a middle-aged man under the armor. His eyes were numb, his cheeks were pale, and he was emitting a shocking death aura. A person? No, a dead person? Whooshing Crocodile stared. Chi! A soft sound rang out. It seemed that the middle-aged man's body had been exposed due to his armor being taken apart. Suddenly, dense cracks appeared on his body. Soon after, in just 2 breaths, the man was smashed into pieces. After that, the armor also shattered and turned into dust in the blink of an eye. The 3 people and the crocodile were a little surprised. Whooshing Crocodile looked at Baiziki and asked curiously, Baiziki, how did you summon this thing? Hearing Whooshing Crocodile's question, Lin Tian and Bai Qiu both looked at Baiziki. I didn't summon it. Baiziki shook his head and said, Previously I couldn't find any of you. Then I was restrained by the bell sound from the Heavenly Palace and was pulled into the Heavenly Palace along with a group of other cultivators. When I entered the Heavenly Palace, there was a group of armored figures like this. There were about 1,000 of them, like soldiers leading the cultivators into the depths of the Heavenly Palace. At that time, I tried my best to break free and regain control of my body. Coincidentally, I was discovered by one of the armored soldiers and then chased down. After that, it was what you saw just now. Hearing this, Lin Tian, Bai Qiu, and Whooshing Crocodile were all shocked. You're saying that there's a group of these damn things? Whooshing Crocodile stared. Chapter 857. Upon hearing Baiziki's words, Lin Tian and the others were shocked. The armored soldiers just now were extremely powerful, and they had to work together to restrain them. However, there was actually a group of such soldiers in the Heavenly Palace. What did that mean? With such a group of soldiers working together, there was no need to think about it. Even an expert of the Enlightenment realm would be killed instantly. This lousy place. Whooshing Crocodile cursed. This lousy place. Bai Qiu echoed. Lin Tian glanced at the man and the crocodile. All right, stop complaining. Hurry up and leave as soon as we find Yangqi. The 3 men and the crocodile left the place and walked deeper into the Heavenly Palace. According to their calculations, all the cultivators who were absorbed into the extreme Yin Temple should have been forcefully pulled into the Heavenly Palace by the bell. Along the way, they did not see Yangqi. They guessed that Yangqi must have been pinned down in a deeper part of the Heavenly Palace. I hope that Dao Nan Brat was not pinned down by the bell and went too far away. It would be best if he broke free. Otherwise, it would be a huge problem. The deeper we go into the Heavenly Palace of Death, the more dangerous it gets. Whooshing Crocodile said. Lin Tian and the other 2 did not say anything. They sped up and walked deeper into the Heavenly Palace. At the same time, they were very cautious. In the blink of an eye, 2 hours passed. At this moment, the sound of a sword rang out in front of them. Rays of dazzling sword light slashed horizontally and vertically as if they were going to destroy everything. The 3 men and the crocodile were shocked, but then they were delighted. The aura of the sword light was too obvious. It was Yangqi's. They sped up again and stepped forward in the blink of an eye. As far as the eye could see, Yangqi was fighting with the 12 armored soldiers with his divine weapon. Obviously, he had broken free from the bell's restraint. At this moment, he was fighting and retreating at the same time. He looked dozens of times worse than Baiziki just now. Damn, Dao Nan Brat is better at attracting hatred than Baiziki. He attracted 12 armored soldiers at once. Whooshing Crocodile stared. Shut up and help. Lin Tian Ondao. He took a step forward and directly propped up the reincarnation diagram of the king's region. His divine and sacred aura immediately surged out. Whooshing Crocodile curled his lips and activated the Great Five Elements art. The five elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth intertwined together and pressed forward. At the same time, Baiziki and Baichio also activated their king's territory, enveloping the 12 armored soldiers surrounding Yangqi. Boom! For a time, boundless energy surged, and waves of destructive aura swept out. Bang! 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 All 12 armored soldiers were knocked back hundreds of feet away. Yang Qi turned to look at Lin Tian and the others, and his eyes glittered. He nodded, but didn't say anything. After all, he had always been a man of few words. Clang! 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 The sound of armor colliding resounded. The 12 armored soldiers that had been knocked back by the group of people took a step forward once again. Each of them waved the spears in their hands, and all of them emitted a vast and dense aura of death. Use all your strength, Lin Tian said. The others knew that these armored soldiers were terrifying, so they didn't hold back at all. One by one, they propped up the great Tao laws, mystical abilities, and other secret techniques. After exerting a tremendous amount of effort, they finally destroyed the 12 armored soldiers. I don't know what material these armors are made of. They're as strong as divine weapons. But the strange thing is that after they're broken, they turn into ashes in the blink of an eye. It's really strange. Wuxing Crocodile was curious. Who cares what material they're made of? Let's leave this place now. Lin Tian Ondao. Hearing that, Wuxing Crocodile immediately got rid of his curiosity. Yes. Leaving this lousy place is more important. At that moment, the group turned around and headed back the way they came. However, as soon as they turned around and took 3 steps, their expressions changed. Along the way, 9 headless ghost corpses silently appeared. Each of them held a bronze halberd in their hands and charged towards the group of people. They weren't fast. They wore iron armor, and their necks were stained with blood. Their movements were as stiff as the armored soldiers, but far more terrifying. Just a casual swing of their halberds caused the entire space to tremble. 9 waves of death aura rolled, as if 9 galaxies were pressing down from the sky, as if they could destroy everything in the world. Retreat! Lin Tian was horrified and quickly retreated. These 9 headless ghost corpses seemed to be able to kill Wuxin experts with a raise of their hands. Even someone as powerful as him felt a sense of powerlessness at this moment. Baiziki and the others naturally also noticed the terror of the 9 headless ghost corpses. They all retreated dozens of feet away. What the hell is this? Wuxing Crocodile cursed. Clang! The bronze halberds whistled, and the 9 headless ghost corpses stepped forward. The death aura rolled like a river, as if to drown everything. The 4 people and 1 crocodile cursed and were forced to retreat again. Damn it, they're deliberately forcing us into the depths of this heavenly palace, Baichio said angrily. The sonorous sound echoed. The 9 headless ghost corpses were like 9 ancient demon mountains pressing down, and the death aura rolled over. The 4 people and 1 crocodile had no choice but to retreat again and again, gradually moving into the depths of this heavenly palace of death. F***CK. Are we really going to go deeper? Lord Crocodile thinks we're jumping into a fire pit. Wuxing Crocodile cursed. Lin Tian glanced at it from the corner of his eyes. Can you kill those 9 monsters? Or are you confident that you can get past them? Wuxing Crocodile didn't say anything because those 9 monsters were indeed terrifying. If its cultivation hadn't fallen and it was at its peak, it wouldn't have been afraid. But now it obviously couldn't. Even if it was 10 times stronger, it still wouldn't be able to stop them. The 9 headless ghost corpses weren't fast, but the death aura was mighty and mighty. The bronze halberds in their hands were even more terrifying, as if they could pierce through everything with a slight shake. Let's continue to retreat. Lin Tian Ondao. The 4 of them and the crocodile felt helpless. Originally, they really didn't want to stay in this heaven palace any longer and wanted to leave immediately. However, the 9 headless ghost corpses were suppressing them on the way here, forcing them to retreat deeper into the palace. The group escaped at full speed. Compared to the 9 headless ghost corpses, they were much faster. Soon, they had traveled thousands of feet into the depths. At this time, the 9 ghost corpses had been completely left behind. We can't see them anymore. Let's go back the way we came and leave this heavenly palace. Whooshing Crocodile said, "Go back." Lin Tian was a little helpless. Do you think they won't be here when we go back now? How do we know if we don't try? Maybe they really won't be here. Lord Crocodile really doesn't want to go deeper into this place. Lin Tian thought for a while and said, "Okay, let's try." Immediately, the 4 people and 1 crocodile walked back carefully. However, after going back for thousands of feet, the 9 ghost corpses were still standing in the same position. Seeing the 4 people and 1 crocodile appear, they directly pressed down on them with their bronze halberds. This time, the 9 ghost corpses were even faster than before. The 4 people and 1 crocodile were so shocked that they exuded cold air. Without any hesitation, the group retreated decisively. After a dozen breaths, they once again shook off the 9 headless ghost corpses with extreme speed. No matter how I look at it, they're deliberately forcing us to go deeper. Bai Qiu gritted his teeth. The 5 elements crocodile also gritted his teeth and cursed the 9 ghost corpses for actually blocking their way out like this. Okay, looking at the situation, I'm afraid that even if we go back the way we came, we won't be able to get out. I guess the door of the heavenly palace is already closed. That thing can't be blasted open easily. Lin Tian said, "Let's go. Since it's useless to go back the way we came, let's go deeper and take a look. Maybe we can find a way out on the way." The 9 headless ghost corpses blocked the way back. They couldn't go back, so it was meaningless to stay in the same place. It was better to go deeper. At that moment, the group carefully walked into the depths of the heavenly palace. They walked forward, and the ground was dark. After walking for another few hundred feet, a rotten ghost hand suddenly stretched out from the ground and grabbed Lin Tian's ankle. Lin Tian was slightly moved. He quickly shook the divine power in his body, broke the ghost hand that grabbed his ankle, and crushed it with his foot. There was an ear-piercing scream from the ground. Then the whole ground rolled like a wave. Rotten corpses crawled out one by one, sinister and sinister, and rushed toward the 4 people and 1 crocodile. "Ignore them. Let's leave directly," Lin Tian said. These rotten corpses weren't scary, but there were a lot of them. They kept crawling out from the ground, and it seemed like they couldn't kill all of them. So it was better to leave directly. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. The 4 people and 1 crocodile continued to move forward, and in the blink of an eye, the rotten corpses were left behind. At that moment, a mountain range appeared in front of them, and a blood moon appeared in the sky. It cast a ray of bloody light through the dark clouds, and it was slightly creepy. The mountain range lay in front of them. Not long after, the group entered the mountain range, and the cold air in the mountain range became thicker. "It's like we're in an ice cellar." Whooshing Crocodile cursed. The group moved forward, and the further they went, the colder the air became. After a few dozen breaths, a stone platform appeared in front of them, surrounded by fog. "There's someone up there." Bai Qiu shrunk his neck. Lin Tian and the others stared at it, and suddenly they trembled, and the hair on their bodies stood on end. Looking at it, the stone platform was very ordinary, surrounded by fog. They could vaguely see a tall figure sitting cross-legged on it, mysterious and terrifying, and emitting a terrifying aura. "There's a trace of Emperor Qi." Baiziki's expression changed. Everyone trembled. There was an emperor-level powerhouse sitting on the stone platform. If he attacked them, they would all be killed. Something's not right. Lin Tian stared at it, and the yin-yang lotus sea swayed in his sea of consciousness, and said, That doesn't seem to be a real body, but a phantom." Hearing him say that, the others were shocked again and looked forward seriously. In fact, they already felt that Lin Tian was right. After all, if that was a real emperor level, they would have been discovered long ago, and the other party wouldn't be so indifferent. Grandpa Crocodile knows. There must have been an emperor-level powerhouse whose lifespan dried up here, and he disintegrated here, allowing his emperor body to melt and be buried in the void, and then left behind this fog phantom. Whooshing Crocodile said, and his eyes suddenly lit up, "This is an immortal opportunity. When an emperor-level powerhouse disintegrated, there must be unimaginable Taoist connotation left in the surroundings. Meditate by the side, and I'm sure you'll gain a lot." Chapter 858. Each of the emperors was extremely powerful. After all, that realm was already the peak of cultivation in the history of the 10 heavens. Those at that level all had the ability to transcend the heavens and penetrate the earth. Such characters had at least a few complete great Taos in their bodies. Once they disintegrated into the great Tao, there would definitely be a shocking amount of Tao accumulation left behind. This kind of Tao accumulation wasn't something tangible. It couldn't be seen or touched, but for cultivators, it was a precious treasure. It could be called an immortal opportunity. Let's go. Let's go. Whooshing Crocodile's eyes lit up, like a hungry man who saw a peerless beauty. The group carefully walked forward. At first, there was a terrifying pressure coming from the front, but as they approached the stone platform, the pressure disappeared and was replaced by a vast ocean of Tao accumulation. This, even Lin Tian was shocked. This Tao accumulation was only the remnant aura of the emperors who disintegrated into the great Tao, but it was so thick and astonishing. It was much more powerful than the traces of enlightenment of the predecessors they found in the 5th heaven. One was like a star, while the other was like a grain of sand. Not only him, but at this time Bai Qiu, Bai Ziki, and Yang Qi were also a little stunned. "Don't just stand there. Quickly sit down and meditate. The Tao accumulation left behind by the emperors is something that can only be found by chance," Whooshing Crocodile urged. The 4 nodded. Lin Tian's hands flashed with a faint divine light, and he arranged 9 sealing formations around them before returning to the stone platform. Now that they were in the heavenly palace of death, a terrifying monster could jump out at any time. His sealing formation might not be able to block the monsters here, but if a strange creature approached, he would be able to sense it in an instant. He nodded to Bai Qiu and the others, indicating that they were ready. Then, each of them sat down cross-legged in a corner of the stone platform. 1. For a time, divine light and demonic light appeared, and faint fluctuations of Tao law intertwined. Lin Tian circulated the Heart Sutra of Sun and sat cross-legged on the southeast side of the stone platform. Strands of golden light circulated around his body. The principle of Tao in his body rejected the innate source of Tao, but it would not reject the Tao connotation left by other cultivators. After all, the innate source of Tao was something substantial and could be directly refined into one's own principle of Tao. However, the Tao connotation left by others was not the same. The Tao connotation left by others only gave him enlightenment, and the most important thing was for him to comprehend it himself. On the other hand, the more powerful an existence was, the more shocking the Taoist connotation they left behind would be, and the easier it would be for later generations to be enlightened. Therefore, many cultivators would search for the traces of enlightenment left behind by the previous masters to help their own cultivation. Buzz. Lin Tian sat cross-legged on the edge of the stone platform. He spread out his divine sense to capture the remnant Tao connotation of this place and carefully comprehended it. The Tao connotation around him was rich, and the light of Tao rose and fell. Gradually, his divine sense merged with it and followed the remnant Tao connotation to evolve his own principle of Tao, making his principle of Tao purer and more powerful. His divine sense appeared in a hazy and boundless world again. The rivers were beautiful, and the mountains were magnificent. Strands of Tao light flickered in this world, and they became stronger as his principle of Tao strengthened. As usual, what he saw was still the sunset and the rise of the sun. It was still the same withered plants that were rejuvenated. Is this the cycle of all things? Or is there always an opportunity to live and never fall and wither? He was a little confused. The sun set and rose, and the plants withered and regenerated. It seemed to be an endless cycle, but it also seemed to indicate that no matter how much it fell and declined, there would always be a day when it rose and was reborn. What does it mean? He was puzzled and could not be sure. This was a world that was evolved from his principle of Tao, and it was closely related to his principle of Tao. However, the simple images that appeared in this world were something that he could not understand. His divine sense interweaved in this space and condensed into his figure. He looked at the mountains, the rivers, and everything. Buzz! Gradually, in reality, the golden divine light outside his body became more brilliant, and the light of the great path became more intense. He could not understand his own Tao, and he did not know what Tao it was. He just calmed himself down and used the remaining imperial connotation near the stone platform to evolve his own principle of Tao, allowing his own principle of Tao to flourish. In this way, time passed quickly like flowing water. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. On this day, the golden divine light and the divine light of the great path outside Lin Tian's body became extremely intense. Then, the space between his eyebrows also shone brightly, and a shocking divine power surged up. Then it quickly quieted down. In the next moment, Lin Tian opened his eyes. The Tao light intertwined in his eyes. It was hazy and vast, like a vast galaxy. The third level of the great path. He said to himself. In the past 3 months, he had cultivated the imperial connotation by the side of the stone platform. With the help of the imperial connotation, he had comprehended the great path and evolved his own principle of Tao. Finally, he had made great progress and stepped into the third heaven of the great path from the second heaven of the great path. He stood up and stretched his body slightly. Suddenly, there was a burst of sound like beans being fried. There was a Tao light on the surface of his body, and there were also streaks of blood-red electric arcs intertwining. There was a shocking divine power of the great path permeating the air. Very good. He clenched his hands and clearly felt his current strength. He was more than 1 level stronger than he was 3 months ago. He looked to the side. Bai Qiu and the other 2, as well as the whooshing crocodile, were all in the midst of comprehending the great path. The Tao light outside their bodies was gradually becoming stronger. He did not continue to comprehend, but walked to the side to protect the 3 people and the crocodile. Soon, 3 days passed. On this day, the whooshing crocodile woke up. The Tao light outside its body was surging. It had stepped into the second heaven of the great path. There was excitement in its eyes, but this time it did not howl. It calmed down a little, then flapped its wings and flashed to Lin Tian's side. Refreshing! It chuckled in a low voice. Lin Tian did not pay attention to it. He just stood quietly and looked ahead. Soon, another few days passed. Bai Qiu and the other 2 broke, through one after another. They each took a small step forward and reached the second heaven of the great path. Their blood and qi became more vigorous, and the precepts of the great path became thicker. Their strength improved a lot. That's great. Bai Qiu laughed. In such a heavenly palace of death, there was an emperor's way for them to comprehend and cultivate. It could be said to be an unexpected gain. The 4 people and the crocodile stopped in this place for a while and looked around. Isn't it time to go back? Why don't we try again? The whooshing crocodile said. Lin Tian shook his head. Forget it. There's no need to try again. Those 9 headless ghost corpses will definitely appear again. The whooshing crocodile could not help but roll its eyes. However, it also knew that the possibility of what Lin Tian said was very high. In other words, it had to be so. Let's continue to go deeper. While looking for a way out, we can also look for treasures. Maybe we can dig out a divine medicine. Bai Qiu blinked her eyes. Lin Tian, Bai Ziki, Yang Qi, and the whooshing crocodile were speechless. This girl was starting to get restless after getting the emperor's way. In such a heavenly palace of death, you're still thinking about finding treasures and digging for divine veins. You should thank the heavens if you can get out alive. Lin Tian felt quite helpless. Bai Qiu curled her lips. As a person, you have to be positive. You can't be too pessimistic. Otherwise, it will affect your luck. Lin Tian was speechless. This girl's words made sense at this time. He really could not find any words to refute. "All right, let's go," he said. The 9 ghost corpses were definitely waiting for them on the way back. It was very scary. They could only go deeper and hope that they could find a way to the outside world. Whoosh! A chilly wind blew. The blood moon in the sky cast streaks of blood-red light. It was more or less a bit creepy. The 4 people and the crocodile carefully walked deeper. As they moved forward, they carefully used all kinds of methods to find a way out of the heavenly palace. Just like that, several hours passed in the blink of an eye. They walked a long distance into the depths of the heavenly palace. At this time, a strong wave of divine power came from ahead. The great path law intertwined, and many large trees soared into the sky. This is Lin Tianwei narrowed her eyes. This wave of energy and these large trees were very familiar. Bai Ziki and the others were also slightly moved. Apparently, they also felt the familiar aura. The group did not linger and continued forward. Not long after, they saw a man fighting against 6 armored soldiers. The man seemed to be in an extremely sorry state, his entire body covered in blood. Great Tao laws interweaved, and stalks of old would appear one after another. They were astonishingly durable. However, this was nothing to the 6 armored soldiers. The 6 long spears were raised diagonally, and in an instant everything was shattered. "Hey, an acquaintance!" Whooshing Crocodile clicked his tongue and said. Lin Tian also smiled. This young man was none other than the young king of the 5th heaven, Duan Ziyuan. Previously, he wanted to snatch their innate Tao source, but he was beaten so badly that he had to flee. He even threw away his divine weapon. He didn't want to see him again. At this time, Duan Ziyuan was obviously also restrained by the bell. He broke free from the shackles and attracted the 6 armored soldiers to attack him. Clang! Boom! In front of him, the sound of spears and divine power intertwined. Duan Ziyuan retreated again and again. Several times his body was almost shattered. Lin Tianyi and the others stood on the side, crossing their arms and looking ahead with an expression of watching a show. Duan Ziyuan fought against 6 terrifying armored soldiers alone. Without his divine weapon, he was injured again and again, constantly coughing up blood. After about 10 breaths, Duan Ziyuan was suddenly shocked. He found Lin Tianyi and the others. "It's you." He showed a look of shock, then his face turned ashen. Then a cold light flashed in his eyes. With a swoosh, he rushed straight towards Lin Tianyi and the others. The 6 armored soldiers behind him chased after him. The 6 long spears were filled with a strong aura of death, as if they could pierce through everything in the world. "Oh my God," he brought 6 armored soldiers and rushed over. "Is he trying to drag us down with him? How sinister." Chapter 859. Duan Ziyuan was not lightly injured, but his speed was not slow either. He led the 6 armored soldiers to charge at Lin Tian's group, a sinister look in his eyes as he said, "You guys should also try out the methods of these armored soldiers. The taste is not bad." With a whoosh, he was dozens of feet away in the blink of an eye, approaching Lin Tian and the others. Lin Tianling smiled and rushed toward Duan Ziyuan, not minding at all. With a flash of his feet, he appeared in front of the other party. "I've already tried it. It's not bad." As he spoke, he directly punched out. Boom! The golden fist covered the void as if it wanted to shatter everything. The majestic power caused Duan Ziyuan's expression to change on the spot. He clearly felt that Lin Tian was even more terrifying than in the previous battle. Oophed! Blood splattered. Lin Tian did not show any mercy in this punch. Faint laws of the great path intertwined in the fist radiance. The punch blew Duan Ziyuan apart, and even the other party's spirit was shattered into light. Now his cultivation had reached the third heaven of the great path, and his strength in all aspects had been greatly improved. In addition, Duan Ziyuan was heavily injured. As such, he naturally killed the other party with a single punch. TSK, this kid is getting more and more abnormal. Behind them, whooshing crocodiles said. That's right. Bai Qiu felt the same way. At this moment, a sonorous sound reverberated. The 6 armored soldiers charged forward, their spears filled with an eerie aura of death. Lin Tian stepped forward. He did not use any tricks, nor did he use the reincarnation diagram. He directly met the attack with a golden fist. Boom! As he punched down, the void trembled, and the spear in one of the armored soldiers was shaken out of his hand. Then he grabbed the end of the spear and directly pierced it between the eyebrows of the armored soldier, causing it to explode with a hiss. When the armored soldier shattered, the spear in his hand also shattered. However, this was not a big deal to him. He directly swept his right leg and sent the other 5 armored soldiers flying. He snatched their spears one by one, then threw them out with a shake of his hand. They pierced the 5 armored soldiers' foreheads one after another, causing them to dissipate in the blink of an eye. All of a sudden, the place became quiet. He clenched his fists and was very satisfied with his current combat strength. Previously, when he was in the second heaven of the Great Path, he had to expend almost all of his strength to deal with such armored soldiers. But now, it was much easier to deal with them. Not bad, not bad. Whooshing crocodile clicked its tongue. Lin Tianyi smiled and looked ahead. Let's go. Killing Duan Ziyuan and the 6 armored soldiers was just a small interlude. The group, once again, headed deeper into the forest. In the blink of an eye, more than 2 hours passed quietly. Where is the exit? Bai Qiu mumbled. Along the way, they had spread out their divine senses. Lin Tian had even used the dragon burial scripture to its peak, but he still couldn't find a way out. Could it be that only the door of the main hall leads to the outside? Whooshing crocodile questioned. Lin Tian thought for a moment and couldn't help but shake his head. Whether it is or not, we can't get there now. Those 9 headless ghost corpses aren't something we can deal with right now. If we forcefully collide with them, I reckon even a Nirvana realm expert would die. At this time, they didn't have much choice. They could either stay where they were or continue to head deeper. Staying where they were might be safer, but they would gain nothing. Going deeper might be very dangerous, but there was still some hope. This part of the Celestial Palace was quiet. The group walked deeper into the forest, and in the blink of an eye, they had crossed an extremely long distance. At this time, the chilly wind in the air became stronger, and the sound of rolling waves came from ahead. The 4 people and 1 crocodile were slightly moved. They were cautious and increased their speed slightly. In the blink of an eye, they had crossed several hundred feet. As far as the eye could see, a huge suspended bridge appeared in front of them. The bridge was completely paved with bluestone, and there was an aura of vicissitudes. No one knew how long it had existed. They lowered their heads slightly. Under the bluestone bridge, mist lingered. A large river surged violently. The water was blood yellow, and from time to time, huge waves splashed, causing the void to become slightly distorted. The group's expression changed slightly. The bluestone bridge was about 10,000 feet long, and the blood-yellow waves under the bridge were even more terrifying. It felt as if they could melt everything. Rumor has it that the Extreme Een Temple is something that floated out of hell. This. Lord Crocodile suddenly thought of the bridge of helplessness and the river of forgetfulness. Whooshing Crocodile swallowed his saliva. Bai Qiu followed up and whispered, I also thought of this. I'm looking for Mengpa. Lin Tian by Ziki and Yang Qi. Your brain is too fast, isn't it? Rumor has it that there is a gates of hell in hell. After passing through the gates of hell, one must first walk through the Yellow Springs Road. On this Yellow Springs Road, there is a strange flower known as the red spider lily that blooms all year round. After that, if you walk to the end of this Yellow Springs Road with the red spider lily, you will be able to see the River of Forgetfulness. Above the River of Forgetfulness is the Bridge of Helplessness, and on the other side of the bridge is the village Gazing Terrace. Look here, no matter how you look at it, it doesn't match. Lin Tian was helpless. Whooshing Crocodile said, Haven't you heard some other trivial rumors among the people? It is said that hell is divided into various halls. Some halls will evolve into small hells. Although it is not complete and there will be some missing things, it will generally be very similar. We entered the main gate of the Heavenly Palace. Doesn't the main gate look like the Hell's Gate? Can the road we walked be called the road to the Yellow Springs? Right now, the Bluestone Bridge and the Blood Yellow River below are very similar to the rumored Bridge of Helplessness and River of Forgetfulness. As he spoke, Whooshing Crocodile pointed to a very inconspicuous place on the other side of the Bluestone Bridge and whispered, There is a bluestone platform over there. Look, doesn't that look like the Hope Village Terrace? Lin Tian raised his head and looked over. There was indeed a stone platform in the corner of the bridge. It was very inconspicuous, but it exuded an ancient aura. This, staring at the bluestone platform, the Bluestone Bridge, and the Blood Yellow River below, he suddenly felt a little apprehensive. Bai Ziki and Yang Qi also frowned slightly, and there was a look of surprise in their eyes. The group stared at the Bluestone Bridge, and for a moment they did not move. Soon 10 breaths passed. Lin Tian Wei gritted his teeth and said, Who cares about the rumors? Let's go over. Go over. Whooshing Crocodile widened his eyes, looking somewhat fearful. Kid, that's not good, right? Although this may not be the Bridge of Helplessness or River of Forgetfulness, but the opposite side is definitely not a good place. Then what should we do? Stay here all the time? Lin Tian Ondao asked. Whooshing Crocodile opened his mouth, and for a moment he really did not know what to say. In the current situation, it was impossible to turn back. There was no point in staying here, and it was too dangerous to go over. It was really a headache. Forget it, let's go over. What kind of storms have I not experienced? Why should I be afraid of a bluestone bridge? He finally gritted his teeth and said. Immediately, the group walked carefully to the Bluestone Bridge. Soon, they were really close to the Bluestone Bridge. Suddenly, a violent cold wind suddenly rolled up, carrying a disgusting rotten smell. It almost flipped the 4 people and the crocodile over. Bad luck, bad luck! Whooshing Crocodile cursed. At this time, looking at the Bluestone Bridge up close, the 4 people and the crocodile were even more shocked. The intertwining aura of time on this bridge was too frightening. It was as if a long river of time was flowing on it, causing the group to involuntarily tremble. They calmed down, stepped on the Bluestone Bridge, and walked toward the opposite side. Walking on this Bluestone Bridge, the bluestone that paved the bridge looked very ordinary, but it was very hard. Whooshing Crocodile tried to hit it with its claws, but it did not even leave a mark. Little crocodile, don't hit it randomly. If this is really the Bridge of Helplessness, you will be punished by the heavens. Bai Qiu said softly, Cut it out, this will be punished by the heavens? Naive. Whooshing Crocodile rolled its eyes and continued, If you really want to talk about the heavens, your future husband is the one who will be punished by the heavens. He can attract heavenly tribulations when he steps into the great virtue realm, and 2 in a row. Bai Qiu opened his mouth to refute, but after looking at Lin Tian, he suddenly felt a little guilty. Great virtue realm, 2 heavenly tribulations in a row, she muttered softly, and then secretly glanced at Lin Tian. 3 black lines instantly appeared on Lin Tian's forehead. What was the meaning of this? The two sides of the stone bridge were hazy with fog, and the group continued forward. In the blink of an eye, they had crossed half of the bluestone bridge. Right at this moment, a rumbling sound rang out, and the blood-yellow river under the bridge started to boil, sweeping up huge waves with a pungent smell of decay. However, this was not the most important thing. The most important thing was that as the huge waves swept up, there were actually many vengeful spirits in the waves. There were humans and beasts, and all of them had ferocious expressions, and the aura of death surged into the sky. The group was greatly alarmed, and they all used their mystical abilities and secret techniques. Boom! 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 An even stronger wave swept up under the stone bridge, and more vengeful spirits rushed up, roaring fiercely as they pounced towards the group. Then, in this wave of vengeful spirits that filled the sky, a ghost claw suddenly reached out and grabbed Whooshing Crocodile's tail, directly dragging it out of the range of the stone bridge. Then, the sky full of vengeful spirits pounced towards Whooshing Crocodile, all of them ferocious, crazy, and terrifying. Lin Tian's expression changed, and he immediately supported the Great Tao reincarnation diagram. The light of the king's territory intertwined with the Great Tao nomological laws and struck forward. Baiziki and the other two also used their mystical abilities, crushing the vengeful spirits, one after another. At the same time, they swept towards the ghost claw that grabbed Whooshing Crocodile. Whooshing Crocodile's scales stood up, and with a howl, it directly shook off its tail and rushed forward, patting its chest with its claws in fear. Bai Qiu supported the king's territory to block a large number of vengeful spirits, and glanced at Whooshing Crocodile, who was rushing forward, and couldn't help but whisper. In the past, there were heroes who cut off their wrists to save their lives, and today, there is a crocodile that gave up its tail to escape. Is it really being punished by the heavens? When Whooshing Crocodile heard this rather neat sentence, it immediately looked flustered and exasperated. F***Q. Its whole body flickered with demonic light, and the broken tail instantly regrew. It directly supported the Great Five Elements technique, and as if venting its anger, waved it towards the densely packed, vengeful spirits that were rushing up from the river, crushing a large number of them in an instant. Boom! Chapter 860. The waves of the river surged, and the Yin Qi filled the sky. Countless resentful spirits and ferocious ghosts rushed out from the river under the stone bridge. There were humans, demonic beasts, and some other races that had never been seen before. All of them had ferocious faces, and the aura of death was terrifyingly dense. With a rumbling sound, the space trembled violently, as if it was about to collapse in the next moment. Go! Rush to the other side! Lin Tian shouted in a low voice. These resentful spirits rushed out from the river endlessly. If they continue to resist, they will be drowned sooner or later. Baiziki and the others naturally understood this point. They each used their divine abilities and techniques to shatter the wraiths before transforming into bolts of lightning and charging towards the other side of the Bluestone Bridge. In the blink of an eye, they crossed the remaining section of the bridge and appeared on the other side. Roar! The dense, resentful spirits roared, their faces ferocious, but they couldn't rush out of the range of the river. They were all blocked inside. This kind of roar was somewhat terrifying, shaking the river and causing the waves to surge, causing the 4 people and 1 crocodile to be frightened. Terrifying. Bai Qiu shrank her neck. These resentful spirits may be nothing individually, but when gathered together, they are somewhat terrifying. The resentment and death aura intertwined together can almost corrode everything. Whooshing Crocodile was quite unhappy with these resentful spirits. It threw out another beam of light, instantly obliterating a large number of them. After crossing the blue stone bridge, the air became colder. Bai Qiu looked at a blue stone platform not far away, and moved towards it. Is this really the village viewing platform? I heard that standing on the village viewing platform, you can directly see your hometown and relatives. She murmured, It has been a long time since she left home. She somewhat missed it. Hearing what she said, Lin Tian was also slightly moved. It has been a few years since he separated from his younger sister, Lin Shi, Jiyu, and Sushu. He also missed Shui and Ling Yin very much. After this, I have to go back and take a look, he whispered to himself. Suddenly a low voice sounded. Why are you crawling? Come down. Lin Tian was startled by this voice. When she came back to her senses, she saw Bai Ziki scolding Bai Qiu with a dark expression. This was because this girl had forcefully climbed onto the bluestone platform. This left him speechless. This place was the heavenly palace of death, and this stone platform was on the other side of the bridge. There was nothing beside it, so it might be something ominous. Was this girl not afraid of encountering danger? Even the 5 elements crocodile was a little embarrassed. Cough, cough. This little girl is quite curious, and her courage is also quite fat. The group ran over and saw Bai Qiu curling his lips in disappointment. It's fake. I can't see anything. As she spoke, she jumped down lightly. Seeing that she was fine, Lin Tian was also relieved. This is only slightly similar to the legendary hell. Don't take it seriously. Let's continue forward, he said. The river churned, and the resentful spirits were still roaring. They wanted to rush over, but unfortunately they couldn't. The group didn't stay in this place. They followed a wide path on the other side and carefully walked down. The air on the other side of the bluestone bridge was gloomier than the other side. Dark clouds rolled in the sky as if they could fall at any time. In front of them, black mountains intertwined on the ground. The mountains were majestic, covered in stone scales. It's like a true dragon was beheaded on the ground. Lin Tian muttered to himself. Then he shuddered. He was frightened by his own words. Bai Qiu noticed his strange behavior and asked, What's wrong? Nothing. Lin Tian shook his head. He sorted out his emotions and calmed down in the blink of an eye. Bai Qiu glanced at him strangely but didn't say anything. The group continued forward. Not long after, they walked very far away. The chill in the air became even thicker. It was also at this time that a very strong smell of blood came from ahead. The 4 people and 1 crocodile were all shocked. They looked at each other and quickened their pace. Soon they crossed several hundred feet and saw a corpse lying on the ground. The corpse died in a rather miserable state. A long spear had pierced through the center of his brows. His eyes were still wide open. It seems that he hasn't been dead for too long. There are fluctuations of Tao laws intertwining in the air. Bai Ziki said, This was the corpse of a middle-aged man. He should have been in the great Tao realm when he was alive. His face was covered in blood and white brain matter. Wuxing Crocodile said, He should have broken free from the restraints of the bell here and regained control of his body. However, he couldn't escape the pursuit of those armored soldiers and was nailed to death here. Lin Tian and the others nodded. Clearly, it was as Wuxing Crocodile said. After all, they had seen the scene of Bai Ziki and Yang Qi being chased by the armored soldiers after breaking free from the restraints of the bell. Moreover, the spear that pierced through the middle-aged man's forehead was the symbol of those armored soldiers. They could recognize it at a glance. There are more over there, Bai Qiu whispered. Lin Tian and the others raised their heads. There were several other corpses, lying not far away. Some had their hearts pierced, some had their throats pierced, and some had even been torn in half. Blood dyed the ground red. It was a rather ghastly sight. There were faint fluctuations of Tao laws intertwining around these corpses. Clearly, they were all experts of the great Tao realm when they were alive. Speaking of which, although great Tao cultivators aren't too strong, they are definitely not weak either. However, in this place they are as weak as ants. Wuxing Crocodile sighed. Lin Tian didn't say anything. This place was indeed terrifying. There were dangers everywhere. Any evil creature that jumped out was extremely terrifying. Let's go. Be careful, he said. Lord Crocodile really doesn't want to go any further. What kind of broken place is this? Whooshing Crocodile gritted his teeth, but he still flapped his wings and followed. If they didn't move forward, they might never be able to get out. Sooner or later, they would be trapped in this heavenly palace and die. As they moved forward, the een fog in the air became thicker. As the group stepped into Wushan, they suddenly smelled a strange fragrance, which shocked everyone. The fragrance was so strong that it was a little shocking. It was mixed with a majestic psionic power, which made the pores all over their bodies open up. They took a deep breath and followed the medicinal fragrance. Soon they saw a small pool. In the middle of the pool was a purple grass with divine light floating around it. At this time they found this place. The fragrance in the air was even thicker. It was like the legendary divine aura of the divine realm, which made the four people and the crocodile feel like they were about to ascend. However, Whooshing Crocodile cursed on the spot. Damn it, such a strong fragrance. Lord Crocodile thought I had encountered a divine herb. It turned out to be this unlucky thing. Soul-rotting grass. Baiziki said. Yes, it's soul-rotting grass. Whooshing Crocodile cursed. This grass is purple in color and exudes an amazing fragrance. It can strengthen a cultivator's soul by at least 3 times. However, it will corrode the flesh and blood while strengthening the soul. It will contaminate the strengthened soul, making the flesh and blood unable to reunite. It will turn the body into something that is neither human nor ghost. I was happy for nothing. I also thought I had encountered a divine herb. Bai Qiu curled his lips. Next to him, Lin Tian's eyes were intertwined with a surprised expression. It's useful to me, he said, and directly raised his hand to grab the soul-rotting grass. Whooshing Crocodile glared and grabbed him. Kid, are you crazy? Once this thing gets close to a cultivator's flesh and blood, it will directly corrode the flesh and blood. Do you want to be melted? Besides, what are you going to do with this lousy thing? Baiziki and the other 2 tilted their heads and looked at Lin Tian strangely. According to the ancient records, the soul-rotting grass was a highly poisonous grass with a foul power. Most cultivators stayed away from it. Don't worry, it's fine. I have a use for it. It's very useful, Lin Tian Ondao said. There was joy in his eyes. Dragon patterns intertwined in his hand, and he grabbed the soul-rotting grass. His arm was unharmed. Then he took it back and set a seal with the secret technique recorded in the dragon burial scripture. Only then did he throw it into the stone ring. Whooshing Crocodile looked surprised. As expected of the dragon burial scripture, it completely isolated the soul-rotting grass's corrosive power. As it said that, it looked at Lin Tian with some confusion. Kid, what are you going to do with it? Refined pills, Lin Tian Ondao said. He had control of the master apothecary's medicine encyclopedia. There was an amazing divine pill whose core ingredient was the soul-rotting grass. The soul-rotting grass was of no use to the cultivators in the world. Many people didn't want to get close to it, but it was very rare. He didn't expect to find one in this place. To him, it was a good harvest because the effect of the divine pill that used the soul-rotting grass as the core ingredient was really extraordinary and very tempting. Refined pills? Refined pills for what? You know how to refine pills? The 5 Elements alligator was surprised and asked several questions in a row. Lin Tianyi smiled. He did not explain why he knew how to refine pills. He simply explained the effects of the Baodan. It can increase one's combat power, speed, consciousness, and other aspects by 10 times in an instant. Moreover, there are no side effects. Of course, this effect is only temporary. It can last for about an hour. Hearing this, the 3 people and the crocodile's expressions changed. Whooshing Crocodile's eyes widened. Kid, are you serious? Yes. Lin Tian nodded and continued. However, with my current level of refining pills, I can't refine those divine pills. I have to at least reach the peak of the 7th grade alchemist level. There were alchemists in the 10 directions celestial domain. From weak to strong, they were roughly divided into 9 levels, from the 1st to the 9th. He was currently at the 5th grade alchemist level. Hearing his words, the 3 people and the crocodile could not help but be surprised again. Their expressions changed again and again. It should be known that there were several kinds of baodan in the cultivation world that could increase a cultivator's strength in an instant. However, after the effect of the baodan that Lin Tian mentioned at this moment, there were all kinds of serious side effects. However, the baodan that Lin Tian mentioned at this moment did not have such side effects at all. Moreover, the increase in strength was extremely shocking. It could increase a cultivator's strength in all aspects by 10 times in an instant. This was amazing. Chapter 861. The 3 men and 1 crocodile looked at Lin Tian in shock. They were all shocked by the magical effect of the baodan mentioned by Lin Tian. It could increase one's strength by 10 times in an instant without any side effects. It was too powerful and tempting. Hurry up and cultivate to the peak of the 7th grade alchemist level and refine that baodan. Give me 8 or 10 of them. Wuxing Crocodile's eyes lit up. Such a magical pill was an absolute killer at some critical times. Lin Tian glanced at it. Why don't you say, I'll give you 100 or 80 of them? He said, there's only one soul-rotting grass. It has to be specially processed and refined. In the end, it can only refine 3 baodan at most. You want 8 or 10 of them. So little? 5 elements stared. What do you think it is? Fasting pill? Can it be mass-produced? Lin Tian was speechless. Wuxing Crocodile opened its mouth, then was speechless. Finally, it rolled its eyes. Thinking about it, the magical effect of the baodan that Lin Tian mentioned was amazing and had no side effects. It was normal that it was difficult to refine. Whoosh! In this group of Wushan mountains, a cold wind blew, sometimes strong, sometimes light, bringing up strands of sand and dust. The group left and went around the small pool. They carefully looked around and continued to go deeper. Not long after, they saw corpses again. They were nailed to the ground, and there were a lot of them. There were dozens of them, and they all died miserably. Those who can break free from the bondage of the bell are all extraordinary people. It's a pity that they died here. Wuxing Crocodile sighed. Lin Tian and the other 3 felt the same, but they didn't say anything. They just nodded secretly. There was a lot of blood on the ground. The 4 men and 1 crocodile continued to walk forward. The yin qi in the air became thicker. A dark yin qi floated from the front, and the cold air inside made the 4 men and 1 crocodile stiffen. After walking for more than 10,000 feet, a large gorge appeared in front of them. The gorge was not deep, about 10 feet or so. The black death mist rolled in it like waves, turbulent and surging. Looking down, there were densely packed figures standing in the gorge. They were all covered in armor and were no different from the armored soldiers from before. There were so many of them that it was frightening. Suddenly, the 4 men and 1 crocodile changed their expressions. There are so many of these things. The group was stunned. The armored soldiers in the gorge were both humanoid and beast-shaped. There were at least 1 million of them. If so many armored soldiers rushed out together, they could overturn the world, because in this gorge, they could clearly feel that there were many armored soldiers with extremely terrifying auras. They were comparable to Nirvana realm cultivators. At the same time, they saw a human cultivator in the gorge being entangled by wisps of black fog. Then, armor gradually appeared on the surface of the cultivator's body, slowly covering his entire body, turning him into a new armored soldier. Damn it! I saw this cultivator outside the heavenly palace before. Now that he's been trapped here, he's been forced to become an armored soldier. These armored soldiers, are they all transformed from the living beings, absorbed by the extreme Yin temple? All the living beings that were absorbed into the extreme Een temple in the past have all turned into these armored soldiers. Whooshing Crocodile's heart palpitated. Lin Tian's expression also changed. Whooshing Crocodile's guess was not wrong. The armored soldiers in this heavenly palace were all transformed from the cultivators that were absorbed by the extreme Een temple. At this time, Bai Qiu tugged on his sleeve and pointed to a place on the opposite side of the gorge. There, Lin Tian looked in the direction Bai Qiu pointed, and his body suddenly trembled. On the opposite side of the gorge, there was a huge platform with intertwined patterns. A stone book was erected on it, intertwined with an extremely dense aura of time. It was difficult to tell how long it had been since ancient times. 3 ancient seal characters were engraved on it, Book of Life and Death. Lin Tian felt as if his head had been hit by something. Suddenly there was a buzzing sound. After opening his mouth, he could only spit out 2 words that he hadn't heard in a long time. Book of Life and Death. There was a stone book here, and the words Book of Life and Death were engraved on it. These 3 words were not unfamiliar to anyone. According to legends, it was the thing that controlled the life and death of all living beings in hell. Bai Ziki, Yangqi, and Whooshing Crocodile were all stunned. They all trembled as if they had lost their souls. This, Whooshing Crocodile was tongue-tied. After saying this for a long time, he was stunned and couldn't utter a complete sentence. At this time, the group felt as if they had been splashed with a basin of bone-piercing cold water. They felt cold from head to toe, and they felt that the air here had become demonic. Lin, brat, no. This is not good. Lord Crocodile feels that we can't stay here. Even if we can't get out of this heaven palace, we can't stay near this gorge. Whooshing Crocodile swallowed hard. In fact, Lin Tian wasn't any better. At this time, his heart couldn't help but beat violently. Before this, when they crossed the Greenstone Bridge, and Whooshing Crocodile called it the Bridge of Helplessness and the River of Forgetfulness, he didn't think much of it. After all, it was just similar. However, at this time, in such a place where the aura of death was turbulent, a stone book erected on a platform with the words Book of Life and Death clearly engraved on it made his scalp go numb. Let's go. He opened his mouth and carefully retreated. At this time, he keenly felt that something bad was going to happen. Whooshing Crocodile flapped his wings carefully and followed beside him. Bai Qiu and the other 2 also moved back with vigilance. At this time, within the gorge, the aura of death rolled and surged up. Whoosh! 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 The armored soldiers in the gorge woke up and rushed out with a monstrous aura of death. They held spears and pressed toward the 4 people and the crocodile. Oh my God! Whooshing Crocodile couldn't help but tremble and shrink his neck. This was because there were more than 1 or 2 armored soldiers rushing out of the gorge. There were more than 100 of them, like a real torrent of death pressing down on them, wanting to destroy everything. Lin Tian clenched his fist and threw out a dazzling fist aura. It destroyed everything in its path and repelled the first few armored soldiers who rushed over. They flew back the way they came. Let's go back to the Wushan Mountains where we came from. Find a hidden place to hide all of our aura, he said. Clang! At this time, the sound of weapons rang out in front of them. The entire space trembled. 9 headless ghost corpses blocked their way. One of the ghost corpses waved a bronze halberd and slashed the heaven and earth. The 4 people and the crocodile's hearts palpitated as they quickly retreated. Damn it! Why do these 9 bastards always come out to cause trouble? Previously, they stopped us from going to the main hall, and now they're here. Whooshing Crocodile was furious. Clang! 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 A group of armored soldiers chased after them. In the blink of an eye, they surrounded the 4 people and the crocodile. The aura of death surged and almost knocked the 4 people and the crocodile over. They chased after them and waved the spears in their hands. Their movements were simple and direct, mercilessly piercing toward the four people and the crocodile. Lin Tian gritted his teeth and growled. He waved his golden iron fist and punched with all his strength. Boom! With a boom, the group of armored soldiers at the front were smashed and sent flying, rolling hundreds of feet away. Bai Qiu held up the starry sky and the moon. At the same time, he activated the great Tao Law, enveloping the dozens of armored soldiers and knocking them to the ground. Bai Ziki and Yang Qi did not hold back either. Each of them activated their own tyrannical techniques to face the armored soldiers that surrounded them. Great Five Elements art. Wuxing Crocodile cursed as he activated the great Tao Law of the 5 elements and activated the dozens of armored soldiers. Then, the group all activated their divine weapons. Their divine might was vast and mighty, and the shadows of their weapons crisscrossed in this space. At this time, there were too many armored soldiers charging at them. Each of them could kill a great Tao cultivator. How could they hold back? Clang! The ear-piercing sound of the halberds rang out. The 9 headless ghost corpses pressed forward together. The 9 bronze halberds were like weapons that could destroy the world. Although their surfaces were dull and even mottled with rust, they were extremely terrifying. The 4 people and the crocodile were all frightened. They did not dare to face them head-on. They could only rely on their speed to dodge such attacks. The 9 ghost corpses' movements were sluggish. After their attacks missed, they raised the bronze halberds in their hands again and mercilessly slashed down. The group each activated their extraordinary movement techniques and dodged again. Fortunately, their movements are sluggish and slow. Otherwise, they could kill all of us in an instant. Wuxing Crocodile trembled. This was the truth. The 9 ghost corpses' strength was extremely terrifying and beyond imagination. If not for their sluggish movements and disorderly attacks, even a nirvana cultivator would not be able to resist for long. Lin Tian naturally knew this. At this moment, he activated the reincarnation diagram. After sweeping away a few armored soldiers in front of him, he once again dodged a headless ghost corpse's halberd. However, although he dodged, he still felt his whole body go cold and his heart turn cold. He felt that if that halberd had struck him directly, even if he did not die, he would have lost most of his life. Roar! Right at this moment, a roar rang out. The deathly mist in the gorge surged even more violently as a withered figure stepped out. This figure was not covered in armor. His hair was grayish-brown like withered grass. His eyes were deeply sunken, like the birth of a peerless evil spirit. Before he even got close, the 4 people and the crocodile trembled, and each of them coughed out a mouthful of blood. Nirvana, ghost saint! Wuxing Crocodile trembled, and its expression changed greatly. Lin Tian and the others were also greatly shocked, and their backs became even colder. The Nirvana Ghost Saint was a legendary ghost that was comparable to a Nirvana stage expert. Moreover, it was far more powerful than an ordinary Nirvana stage expert. With their current cultivation, they would definitely die if they were to face such a Nirvana Ghost Saint. Even if Lin Tian released the demonized middle-aged man from the stone ring, it would be impossible for him to block the Ghost Saint. The Ghost Saint was simply too terrifying. The withered figure had very little hair on his head, and there was not the slightest bit of spirit in his sunken eyes. He was like a puppet. When he stepped out, the deathly mist surged like a river of stars, shocking everyone. Chapter 862. Blood splattered in the air. The 4 people and the crocodile were in an extremely sorry state. They were sent flying for a long distance before they could barely stabilize themselves. They quickly circulated the ancient demonic arts to repair their bodies. Boom! At this time, the space shook violently. The withered figure was even closer. It was like a real death god was pressing over. The mist of death around its body covered the sky. For a moment, the 4 people and the crocodile trembled together. The crocodile broke out in cold sweat. His strong body couldn't help but tremble. "Kid Lin, quick! Let the little guy in your body shine. Maybe only the little guy can help us." Whooshing Crocodile shouted. Lin Tian didn't dare to hesitate. He directly shook his divine sense and called the little guy beside the life source. The little guy was usually in a deep sleep. After Lin Tian called with his divine sense for 2 breaths, the little guy finally woke up. It immediately made a yaw sound, and all the patterns on the surface of the divine egg lit up. Buzz! For a moment, the light of the divine pattern spread out through Lin Tian's body and instantly intertwined around his body. Suddenly, the withered figure of the Nirvana ghost saint trembled violently as if it had seen something extremely terrifying. It directly fell from the sky. At the same time, the armored soldiers and the 9 headless ghost corpses surrounding the 4 people and the crocodile trembled and retreated together. One of the ghost corpses even dropped the bronze halberd in its hand. Whooshing Crocodile stared. Although he felt that the little guy in the divine egg was very unusual and might be able to help them, he didn't expect it to be so terrifying, so exaggerated. Bai Ziki and Bai Qiu were also surprised. Yang Qi was the most surprised because he didn't know about the existence of the little guy before. Lin Tian was naturally shocked, but there was obviously not much time for him to be shocked at this time. He forcibly put away his surprise in an instant and shouted in a low voice, "Let's go!" The little fellow in the divine egg was not simple. The aura it emitted could cause many powerful creatures to feel fear, but in the end, it was only fear of that kind of aura. At this moment, if the ghost sage charged over recklessly, it would definitely be able to tear them apart easily. This was because the little fellow had not truly been born yet. It was still in the egg, so it was impossible for it to display its true battle strength. Bai Qiu and the others clearly saw through Lin Tian's expression and quickly retreated behind Lin Tian. Their speed was very fast. In the blink of an eye, they had shaken off the withered figure and the 9 ghost corpses. They were already several thousand feet away. Suddenly, the depths of the palace quaked. A terrifying aura rushed out like an erupting volcano, causing the entire palace to tremble. In the depths, on the platform opposite the Great Gorge, the stone book engraved with the 3 ancient seal characters of the Book of Life and Death began to vibrate. Waves of terrifying fog rushed into the sky. Immortal, vaguely and incomparably hazy voice came from the Book of Life and Death, causing the sky to tremble. In the next moment, an enormous rumble resounded as Shu Sheng rose up from the ground and instantly stood above the sky, causing the withered figure, the 9 ancient corpses, and all the armored soldiers to tremble as if they were kneeling before their master as they kowtowed towards the sky. It's rushing out. Run. The 4 people and the crocodile's expression changed drastically. They never expected the Book of Life and Death to rush out from the platform. In the sky, a crack appeared on the Book of Life and Death. The outer layer of stone fell off in the blink of an eye, revealing an ancient book flickering with black light. It was full of innate Tao patterns, branded with tiny ancient seal characters that interweaved with eerie light. With a loud bang, the Book of Life and Death shone with a dazzling black light. It was as if a deity of the underworld had come into being, majestically descending from the sky. Crack! In an instant, the large space shattered. The chaotic light overflowed, and the eerie black light seemed to want to destroy everything. In just an instant, the divine egg in Lin Tian's body trembled slightly. The light emitted by the little fellow was directly extinguished. "It's coming for the little fellow." Lin Tian's expression changed. He transmitted his voice to Bai Ziki and the others to speed up their retreat. However, in the next moment, he trembled violently. The surrounding space was completely confined, making it difficult for him to even move a finger. Bai Ziki and the others were in the same situation as him. At this moment, he looked at the sky with a chill all over his body. He could only watch as the Book of Life and Death suppressed them. Damn it! He was shocked and furious, but there was nothing he could do. The aura emitted by the Book of Life and Death had sealed everything. Boom! At this moment, the heavenly palace of death suddenly trembled violently again. Another terrifying aura appeared. With a crack, a corner of the heavenly palace shattered. A stone coffin rushed out, seemingly from the outside world. The aura it emitted was not inferior to the Book of Life and Death. It ruthlessly slammed into the Book of Life and Death. With a bang, the Book of Life and Death was sent flying. It crashed into a mountain not far away, destroying the entire mountain on the spot. Lin Tian and the others were shocked. At this moment, they could move again. They quickly retreated until they were tens of thousands of feet away. They stopped and looked back. What's this? A coffin. Bai Qiu's heart palpitated. As far as the eye could see, there was nothing special about the stone coffin. It looked very ordinary. However, at this moment, it was wrapped in a hazy light mist. It floated high in the sky, and a huge black hole appeared in the void around it. It seemed to lead to the end of the universe. It devoured space, air, and even light. It was extremely terrifying. Lin Tian's expression was shocked. He was shocked by the ferocity of the stone coffin. It was as if it could bury everything. Bai Ziki, Yang Qi, and the whooshing crocodile were naturally shocked. The whooshing crocodile was already lying on top of Lin Tian's head, tugging on a lock of Lin Tian's hair. However, at the next moment, it suddenly changed its expression. It stared at the stone coffin in the sky and said, Why does it look so familiar? The stone coffin stretched across the sky like the king of all ages, devouring the heavens and the earth. Boom! In the depths of the heavenly palace, the Book of Life and Death that was knocked away rushed up again. The ancient patterns on it flickered, and the intertwining light became denser. First God, another voice came from it. It was not clear, as if it was sleep-talking. Then, with a boom, it emitted an incomparably dazzling light and rushed directly towards the stone coffin. The stone coffin trembled. The black holes around it devoured everything and rushed towards the Book of Life and Death. In an instant, the two collided violently. In just an instant, the sky of the heavenly palace collapsed inch by inch. Chaotic light, yin light, yang light, turbid light, and all kinds of light were struck out. The space was directly shattered into pieces. The two shook at the same time. The Book of Life and Death's dim light surged. The stone coffin pulsed with dark light and rushed towards the other side again. Boom! 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 The two collided continuously. Heaven and earth collapsed, and everything was destroyed. The four people and the crocodile trembled together. Even though they were far away, they felt as if their bodies were about to split open. A sense of fear rose in all of them. Without hesitation, they retreated into the distance again. In the blink of an eye, they rushed tens of thousands of feet away. That stone coffin, what is it? It's colliding with the Book of Life and Death. They all have consciousness. After the void is shattered, it usually recovers quickly. But now, it's difficult to recover. Moreover, it's transforming into the primordial chaos. The group was stunned. They were completely stunned by the scene in front of them. Boom! In front of them, the stone coffin and the Book of Life and Death seemed to be natural enemies. They kept colliding, causing the sky to shatter and the earth to collapse. Destructive waves filled every corner of the sky. With a bang, the stone coffin was sent flying. It crashed into a nearby dark mountain and sank into the eternal void. However, this was only for an instant. The next moment, the stone coffin shattered the eternal void and rushed out. It was as if a supreme god was pressing down. With a bang, it smashed the Book of Life and Death into the ground. Crack! The earth split open. The Book of Life and Death rushed up. The dim light was violent. The ancient runes trembled as if they were alive and rumbled. The stone coffin was simple and direct. It collided with the vast and mighty light fog that filled the sky, bombarding many black holes and black cracks. This is simply Even the legendary heavenly treasures are nothing more than this, right? What kind of power is this? It can shatter heaven and earth with a slight move. The four people and the crocodile were shocked. At this time, they had no choice but to retreat again. The collision between the stone coffin and the Book of Life and Death was too terrifying. The consequences were terrifying to the extreme. At this time, the void was almost completely destroyed and had not recovered. It looked like the entire place was wrapped in chaos. The air, space, and everything else had been annihilated. The Book of Life and Death glowed again. The ancient runes on it seemed to have come to life. They stretched out from it and made clanking sounds like chains. They penetrated the void and pierced through eternity, directly entangling the stone coffin. Boom! Billowing black fog rushed out from the chain-like ancient runes. It covered the sky and completely submerged the stone coffin. The four people and the crocodile were shocked. It wants to refine the stone coffin. Boom! The sky shook violently. An aura that caused all living things to tremble surged out from the black fog. It was appalling. Then, in an instant, the black fog that submerged the stone coffin was shaken away. The ancient runes that bound the stone coffin also shattered bit by bit and dissipated in the blink of an eye. Squeak! A crisp sound rang out. The stone coffin shook and a corner of the coffin lid moved. Light and fog interweaved inside as if a great world was buried inside. A desolate power that could shatter the universe emerged and directly enveloped the Book of Life and Death, crushing the void. The Book of Life and Death shook violently. The ancient runes rushed out like chains again and attacked the stone coffin, almost overturning it. Squeak! The stone coffin trembled slightly and made a crisp sound again. The coffin lid moved a little to the side again. An even more terrifying power surged out and flooded the Book of Life and Death like a destructive current. Vaguely, through the gap in the coffin lid, the group saw the chaotic light and Ian light rolling inside. There was another stone coffin lying horizontally motionless. Lin Tian was shocked. There was actually another stone coffin inside the stone coffin. Chapter 863. Listening to Whooshing Crocodile's words, Lin Tianyi was shocked. Whooshing Crocodile once kicked this sarcophagus away. He paused for a moment, then his expression changed again. He remembered that when he was in the fourth heaven, Whooshing Crocodile did say something like this. He said that he dug up a sarcophagus, and when he opened it, there was a second sarcophagus inside. After opening the second sarcophagus, there was a third sarcophagus inside. After opening the third sarcophagus, there was a fourth sarcophagus inside. The sarcophagus you kicked away was this one. He glared at Whooshing Crocodile. That's it. It's definitely it. How could Lord Crocodile remember it wrongly? Whooshing Crocodile howled. On the side, Bai Qiu, Bai Ziki, and Yang Qi naturally heard Whooshing Crocodile's words, and they couldn't help but be shocked. Whooshing Crocodile found this sarcophagus, and in the end he kicked it away. Bai Qiu stared at it. Little crocodile, this sarcophagus can easily crush an emperor-ranked powerhouse to death. You actually kicked it away. Did you use to treat heaven-defying divine treasures like dirt? Whooshing Crocodile was furious. Damn girl, you feel uncomfortable if you don't make fun of Lord Crocodile, right? As it spoke, it couldn't help but howl again. It stared at the sarcophagus in front of it with a regretful expression. At first glance, this sarcophagus looked like a living celestial lord. Perhaps it was even more terrifying than a celestial lord. Its power was simply appalling. A slight movement seemed to be able to destroy eternity. Such a heaven-defying divine sarcophagus was actually kicked away by it. Boom! In front of it, an even more terrifying power overflowed from the sarcophagus. The light mist rolled like a mountain torrent, completely covering the Book of Life and Death. Obviously, it wanted to destroy it. That terrifying power seemed to be able to reverse time and space, directly shattering everything. Staring at this scene, Whooshing Crocodile felt even more pain. My hashtag God of Time. Please grant Lord Crocodile power. Let Lord Crocodile return to the past. Lord Crocodile promises to keep this divine sarcophagus safely. Lin Tian by Chiu by Ziki and Yang Qi. Boom! Claps of thunder rumbled in the vast sky. The battlefield was truly shattered. The space did not recover after it was shattered. The stone coffin overflowed with boundless power, completely enveloping the Book of Life and Death, turning the surroundings into a place of chaos. With another creaking sound, the outermost crack of the sarcophagus opened even wider, and the rolling light mist gushed out again. The Life and Death book trembled violently. Suddenly, not only did the ancient markings on it light up, but the densely packed Xiaozhuan script also lit up. They transformed into ancient runes that flew out and forcibly dispersed the light fog that seeped out of the stone coffin. Clang! The Xiaozhuan that flew out from the Book of Life and Death were like divine swords. They shone brightly and charged towards the stone coffin. Sizzling sounds reverberated as the space that had already transformed into a chaotic zone collapsed once more and transformed into a turbid state. This scene was terrifying to the extreme, causing the hearts of the four people and the alligator in the distance to tremble once again. Even the battles between emperors aren't that exaggerated, right? Bai Qiu shrunk his neck. Clang, clang, clang. The Xiaozhuan script whistled like a dense rain of swords that sealed eternity and refined eternity. It enveloped the stone coffin and rained down crazily, as if it wanted to penetrate it, causing the stone coffin to tremble nonstop. However, the stone coffin's sturdiness was beyond imagination. Even after being attacked by the dense Xiaozhuan script, it did not show any signs of damage. There were even wisps of starlight that appeared with sizzling sounds. Baiziki's eyes flickered as he said in a low voice, "That stone coffin looks like it's made of ordinary stone, but it's indeed ordinary stone." Lin Tian nodded as well. His eyes were bright, and his face was filled with shock. At this moment, the group was attracted by the battle between the stone coffin and the Book of Life and Death. They watched for a long time. The stone coffin's material was really ordinary, but it was unimaginably sturdy. It seemed like even if heaven and earth were to shatter, it would still exist eternally. Dong! With a shocking sound, the stone coffin was shaken open and once again crashed into the eternal void. Then, the dense Xiaozhuan script chased after it and crushed it mercilessly. With a hong sound, boundless divine might swept out from the eternal void, shaking the boundless world. The stone coffin rushed out again, and from a crack in the corner, the second coffin moved a little, revealing a third stone coffin that was exactly the same as the first one. In an instant, an even more terrifying aura spread out, causing the Death Palace to shake violently. The ground kept cracking. The whooshing crocodile jumped on the spot. "That's it. That's the third stone coffin." It pulled Lin Tian's hair, regretful and angry. It wailed, but damn it. When Lord Crocodile first opened it, nothing happened. It was just a simple stone coffin. Am I playing tricks on Lord Crocodile? Lin Tian's hair was pulled by the crocodile and his scalp hurt. He could not help but grit his teeth and pull the crocodile off his head. "Enough, what are you howling for? You really want something to happen to it back then. If there was such a scene when you opened it back then, you would have been crushed into ashes. How could you still be alive now?" he said angrily. The whooshing crocodile was stunned for a moment, but it immediately howled again. "That's better than Lord Crocodile's pain now." Lin Tian was speechless. "Little crocodile, you're so pitiful," Bai Qiu said. Then he opened his mouth and whispered, "I suddenly remembered that you kicked it back then. Now that it flew out, it seems to have some consciousness. Will it take revenge on you?" The whooshing crocodile almost fainted from anger. F***CK. Boom! Up ahead, a corner of the second sarcophagus lid opened, and a powerful force gushed out. Then the third sarcophagus opened, revealing the fourth sarcophagus. An even more terrifying force gushed out, shattering the heavens and earth. Crack! 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 Crisp sounds were heard, and huge cracks appeared in the void of this death sky. Then, the ground of the Death Palace also collapsed, and monstrosine fog surged out from the cracks. Lin Tianyi and the others felt chills down their spines. Once again, they fled into the distance, retreating more than 10,000 feet in a row. It was also at this time that a horrifying aura overflowed. Inside the stone coffin, the lid of the fourth stone coffin opened, revealing another stone coffin inside. The only difference was that there was a palm-sized pool of blood on the surface of this stone coffin. This pool of blood seemed to have just flowed out. It was swaying slightly, intertwined with a little bit of spiritual light and divinity. This stone coffin is conservatively estimated to have existed for more than 100,000 years. The pool of blood inside actually didn't solidify. Whose blood can remain in the river of time for so long without solidifying and drying up? The 4 people and 1 crocodile were aghast. The scene in front of them was too shocking and unimaginable. Boom! In front of them, the stone coffin trembled slightly. Inside, the pool of blood was only the size of a baby's palm. It was estimated that there were only about a dozen drops of blood in total. However, at this moment, this pool of blood flew out directly and suddenly turned into a sea of blood that covered the sky. It majestically shrouded the life and death book and directly drowned it. The 4 people and 1 crocodile were frightened by this scene, and their divine souls almost jumped out. Chi! 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 The sea of blood drowned the heaven and earth, and the space was annihilated inch by inch. The life and death book began to tremble violently. However, the power of the sea of blood was too terrifying. It surged violently and obliterated everything. Boom! The stone coffin trembled again, as if it was determined to destroy the life and death book. It overflowed with an even more terrifying power and crazily attacked the life and death book. In that place, the primal chaos after the space was shattered was beaten away. Nothing was left behind, and it became turbid. Lin Tian and the others were chilled and retreated again. What exactly is this stone coffin? That life and death book is really the legendary life and death book. It's really the thing in hell that controls the life and death of all living things. The life and death book is a legend. Now, a stone coffin wants to destroy the life and death book. The 4 people and 1 crocodile stopped after crossing another 20,000 feet. Their eyes were twitching violently. At this moment, the scene before their eyes was too shocking. A sarcophagus and the book of life and death were clashing. Both sides wanted to destroy the other. Who would believe such a thing if it was told to others? Buzz. In the primal chaos battlefield, the life and death book was shrouded in the boundless sea of blood. At this moment, it was emitting a gloomy light. It looked like an ancient book. At this moment, it flipped a page on its own and revealed even more densely packed ancient seal characters. Those seal characters were too mysterious and obscure. Even an old monster like the whooshing crocodile couldn't understand them. What era are these characters from? The group was shocked. Clang! After flipping a page, the life and death book became even more terrifying. Densely packed ancient seal characters flew out and shook the sky like true dragons. They pushed open the boundless sea of blood and went against the sky to crush the stone coffin. The stone coffin trembled, and the crack on the coffin lid became even larger. All kinds of lights fell out from within and suppressed the seal characters rushing towards it. At the same time, the sea of blood that was pushed open by the life and death book exploded on its own and turned into a dense rain of blood that fell towards the depths of the gorge. Strands of Tao runes flickered on the surface of the blood rain. PFFF, PFFF, PFFF. This was an unparalleled force. In the gorge, the densely packed armored soldiers exploded one after another. In the blink of an eye, more than half of them were annihilated. The 9 headless ghost corpses and the Nirvana, level ghost saint that rushed out naturally met with misfortune. They were all destroyed under this rain of blood. Moreover, the huge Tao platform in the depths of the gorge collapsed at the first moment. It was penetrated by the falling rain of blood and turned into a hornet's nest. With a cracking sound, it crumbled into ashes and completely disappeared from this world. Immediately, the turbulent aura of death in the depths of the gorge weakened. The chilling aura of the heavenly palace of death also decreased greatly in a flash. Boom! In the firmament, the life and death book trembled and emitted a gloomy light. Faintly, an indistinct roar of anger could be heard. Lin Tian and the others retreated once again and stared at the depths of the heavenly palace and the firmament. Their souls couldn't help but tremble. Why do I feel that the sea of blood that overflowed from the stone coffin was originally aimed at the densely packed armored soldiers in the depths of the heavenly palace and the Tao platform that contained the life and death book? Bai Qiu shrunk his neck and said, P.S. Oh, today's second update should be around 18 p.m. The third update should be around 22 p.m. Chapter 864. Hearing Bai Qiu's mutterings, Lin Tian and the others were slightly moved. That sarcophagus knew how to scheme? That book of life and death doesn't look like a good thing. Even if it's really scheming against it, it's only natural. Lin Tiandao, the heavenly palace of death, was the core of the extreme Yin temple. The book of life and death and the Tao platform it stood on were the core of the heavenly palace of death. The extreme Yin temple would absorb countless living beings into it every once in a while and turn them into such a powerful army because of the book of life and death. Inferring from this, the book of life and death seemed somewhat sinister, as if it was the big black hand behind the scenes. Beside him, Baiziki and Yang Qi nodded. They agreed with his words and felt the same way. Only the whooshing crocodile was still staring at the sarcophagus with regret and pain. It looked like it wanted to swallow it whole. Boom! In front of them, the book of life and death shone even brighter. The ancient book flipped again, and even more shocking seal scripts flew out. Each seal script was like a primordial heavenly treasure that pressed down on the sarcophagus like a destructive torrent. The sarcophagus trembled. In an instant, light and fog filled the sky and poured out of the sarcophagus like the Milky Way from the 9 heavens. At the same time, the blood rain that flew out condensed into 19 drops of blood. They instantly broke through space and pressed down. Whoa! The 19 drops of blood glowed. Each drop of blood contained boundless spirituality. In an instant, they trembled slightly, causing Lin Tian and the others to be moved. Even the pained whooshing crocodile was shocked. It's like 19 great worlds, it said in shock. Lin Tian's eyes lit up as he stared ahead. It was hard to imagine how powerful the owner of these 19 drops of blood was. It was just a drop of blood, but not only did it not solidify after so many years, it even gave people such an illusion. So scary. Bai Qiu swallowed his saliva. Boom! The 19 drops of blood rolled and trembled slightly. 19 blood waves covered the sky and rumbled toward the life and death book. The book of life and death flipped another page, and a dark glow filled the sky. It was as if an unparalleled underworld emperor had awoken. With a light shake, it destroyed everything and forced the 19 drops of blood back to their original form. Then, it enveloped all of them with a dark glow. Ancient seal scripts flew out and pressed down, as if it wanted to completely refine the 19 drops of blood. Creak! A soft sound rang out. The 5th coffin in the 4th stone coffin trembled and slowly moved to the side. All of a sudden, a huge rumbling sound was heard as a large expanse of hazy yellow light flew out. It was incomparably terrifying, like the light at the beginning of the world. It collapsed everything and crushed the densely packed seal characters that were overflowing from the book of life and death. Faintly, the 4 people and the crocodile looked at the sarcophagus in shock. Inside the 5th sarcophagus, within the hazy light, there was another sarcophagus lying motionlessly. This a coffin within a coffin, another coffin, another coffin, another coffin, another coffin, another coffin. What is this thing? Bai Qiu stared. The whooshing crocodile continued and said angrily, Lord Crocodile kicked it away because of this." Then it added, "However, Lord Crocodile only opened the fourth sarcophagus and didn't open it after that." At the mention of this, it couldn't help but grind its teeth fiercely. Lin Tian glanced at it, but didn't pay it any attention. At this time he stared straight ahead. Dong! Inside the sarcophagus, after the fifth sarcophagus cracked open, the fluctuations seemed to devour everything and shook the world. Under such an aura, the life and death book trembled slightly. However, this was only for a moment. The next moment, the life and death book flipped again, and the dark glow became stronger. Boom! It flew out, breaking apart the endless light, and collided with the sarcophagus. For a moment, the celestial palace of death shook again. More cracks appeared on the ground like a spider web, spreading rapidly in all directions. Mountains were turned into eternal powder under the collision between the two. With a rustling sound, the life and death book continued to flip a page. At this time, it flipped to the sixth page. A destructive aura intertwined, and this time it shook the sarcophagus away. The power of the life and death book becomes stronger with every page it flips. Baiziki said in a deep voice. Lin Tian nodded. Indeed, every time the life and death book was about to lose to the sarcophagus, it would flip to a new page. In this regard, the sarcophagus is similar. Every time a sarcophagus is opened, the power will increase exponentially. He said. Beside him, Baiqiu nodded and then muttered softly, "The life and death book seems to have many more pages. I wonder how many similar sarcophagi are buried in the sarcophagus. What if there aren't enough pages to open?" Lin Tian was speechless. This girl really knows how to think. Boom! The sarcophagus was shaken away. Light surged, causing the entire celestial palace of death to shake as if it was about to be overturned. Lin Tianyi and the others had retreated far away. At this moment, as the celestial palace of death shook, they all lost their balance, as if they were swept up by a tornado. They were all sent flying more than 1,000 feet away with a fearful expression. They steadied themselves further away and stared straight ahead. Creak! The sarcophagus was shaken open. The outermost lid moved, causing the gap to widen. In an instant there was a loud bang. It was as if a world of destruction had been pulled apart. Rolling light mist gushed out from within, causing the life and death book to tremble violently. The cracks in the void and earth of the celestial palace of death became even more severe. At the same time, the 19 drops of blood glowed. In the haze, a faint soul shadow appeared. Its appearance couldn't be seen clearly, but it emitted waves of overbearing power. It was as if an ancient divine emperor had come back to life and punched at the life and death book. Boom! In the blink of an eye, the entire world was torn apart as if a great earthquake had taken place in the palace of death. Cracks spread everywhere, and the mountains collapsed. Even the main gate in the distance trembled before shattering into pieces. A tyrannical punch, an invincible punch. With a loud bang, the life and death book was blown away. One could faintly hear the sound of porcelain breaking. It was directly thrown into the eternal void and didn't appear for a long time. In just a moment, the 4 people and 1 alligator were frightened. They had goosebumps all over their bodies while cold sweat ran down their backs. A remnant soul. Who was this? From the looks of it, it was just an incomplete soul. However, its form was too terrifying and shocking. With a single punch, it was able to punch the book of life and death into the eternal void. Moreover, a shattering sound was heard. It felt as if a crack had appeared on the book of life and death. Boom! In the sky, the soul shadow was extremely faint. However, the entire celestial palace of death trembled because of its appearance. It stood in the sky like a god or an immortal. Even the great Tao was trembling. It slightly tilted its head to look at Lin Tian and the others. Immediately, the 4 people and 1 alligator trembled again. They felt as if their souls were about to shatter. Little, Little alligator, did it discover you? It ran out from the sarcophagus. You kicked the sarcophagus away. Is it taking revenge on you? Baichio shrunk his neck and said, F***ck. Damn girl, don't scare your lord alligator. This. Awoo. The whooshing crocodile no longer had the regretful expression from before. Its eyes were filled with horror. Lin Tian and the others were also frightened. How terrifying was this soul shadow when it was alive! If it really came, even the Violet Fairy wouldn't be able to save them. Crack! There was a vibration in the sky. A corner of the void cracked open, and a dim light shone brightly. The Book of Life and Death rushed out with an obvious crack. Even the seal characters on it had dimmed a little. This made Lin Tian and the others even more horrified. They all swallowed hard. Although they didn't know if the Book of Life and Death here was the legendary Book of Life and Death, they had all seen its terrifying power. It could destroy everything. However, at this moment, the terrifying Book of Life and Death was actually cracked by a single punch from an illusory remnant soul. Boom! In the sky, the Book of Life and Death shone. The crack disappeared instantly, and the seal characters on it shone even brighter. Each seal character emitted billions of killing lights, instantly obliterating everything. First God. Its voice was intermittent, as if it was still sleep-talking. However, the destructive aura intertwined with it was 10,000 times more terrifying than before. The soul shadow was incomparably faint, but it was unparalleled in the world. It was like a supreme being that opened the sky, looking down on the world. It took a step forward and punched forward. For a moment, chaotic light, yin and yang, black and yellow gas, and all kinds of lights appeared at the same time. Boom! The heavenly palace of death shook violently. The sky collapsed and the earth shattered. This was an invincible fist power. It was simple and direct, but it was extremely domineering. It shattered all the dim light outside the Book of Life and Death, and once again smashed the Book of Life and Death into the eternal void. The soul shadow stood in the sky with 19 drops of true blood circling around it. The next moment, it took a step forward and rushed into the eternal void. Then, a loud bang came from the eternal void. It seemed that the soul shadow and the Book of Life and Death were fighting in the void. Buzz! The sarcophagus shook and moved. It flew into the eternal void with the soul shadow. Suddenly, the sarcophagus, the soul shadow, and the Book of Life and Death all disappeared without a trace. However, the force of Han Ying's punch did not dissipate. The remaining force was still vast and mighty in the heavenly palace, causing the heavenly palace to shake violently. The sky continued to collapse, and it would be difficult to recover in a short period of time. The ground also seemed to have experienced a super earthquake. It continued to crack, and an endless stream of yin fog rushed out from it. Crack! 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 Cracking sounds sounded one after another, and the heavenly palace of death became even dimmer, as if it was about to be destroyed. Although there was no heavenly thunder tribulation, the scene was many times more terrifying than when Lin Tian attracted the heavenly tribulation. Lin Tian and the others were terrified. If the heavenly palace of death really collapsed, they would all be buried here. Crack! Another crisp sound came out. In front of them, the ground of the heavenly palace of death suddenly broke open, and light intertwined outside. Vaguely, the 4 people and 1 alligator saw mountains and rivers. It's the central part of the 5th heaven. Chapter 865. A genius will remember love in 1 second. Sure, Net provides you with wonderful novels to read. A big hole appeared in the heavenly palace of death. Lin Tian and the others looked down. Below, there were mountains and rivers intertwined. Although it looked small due to the distance, they could still see it clearly. It's outside the heavenly palace of death, a corner of the central region of the 5th heaven. Let's go! Lin Tiandao. As soon as his words fell, he was the first to step out, turning into a bolt of lightning and rushing towards the hole. The other 3 people and 1 alligator naturally didn't hesitate and quickly rushed over. Boom! The heavenly palace of death shook violently. The sky collapsed, the earth cracked, and the ground sank. The situation was extremely terrifying. It was a scene of doomsday. Lin Tian and the others rushed forward in this terrifying scene. Their speed was extremely fast, leaving behind afterimages. Finally, after 10 breaths, they entered the hole. With a whoosh, they passed through the hole in the next moment. For a time, the air became clear, and the world became bright again. We finally ran out. Bai Qiu was pleasantly surprised. Looking down, the entire 5th heaven was in sight. Wisps of light wind were floating in the air. The air was warm, and spiritual energy was everywhere. It was no longer as gloomy as the heavenly palace of death, making them feel dozens of times more comfortable. Boom! Violent auras intertwined. In the sky, a huge palace of extreme energy was located amidst the dark clouds. At this moment, it was trembling violently, and many places were collapsing. Black light suddenly slid down, falling towards the 5th heaven like rain. This was different from the power of the Extreme Yin Palace at the beginning. At this time, the Extreme Yin Palace was disintegrating because of the fist of the mysterious remnant soul. Terrifying black light sputtered everywhere, falling towards the 5th heaven. Dodge! Lin Tiandao. This kind of black light is very terrifying. If they are hit by it, even if they don't die, they will lose half of their life. For a time, the 4 people and 1 alligator moved quickly, dodging the falling black light while flying down. Crack! 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 The void cracked inch by inch under this black light, and the space turbulence intertwined. The scene was very terrifying. Love, go, little, say, W. Chu. Moreover, directly below, one could vaguely see that some mountains in the 5th heaven were also hit by the black light. They collapsed one after another, and some rivers were instantly vaporized by the black light. Ah! Screams and screams sounded vaguely. Naturally, not all the cultivators in the 5th heaven were absorbed into the Extreme Yin Temple. At this time, some cultivators who weren't absorbed into the Extreme Yin Temple for various reasons suffered a great calamity. Even great Tao masters couldn't resist the black light of death and were instantly turned into ashes. That grand hall has been floating in the sky for several months now. Previously, it sucked in countless fellow Taoists. Now, what is it going to do? Or are they trying to destroy all the living beings in this realm? Wait a minute, that palace seems to be collapsing. Many cultivators were terrified. Boom! At the highest point in the sky, the Extreme Yin Temple was trembling amidst the dark clouds. One could see that many places were shattering. Even more deathly black light fell down involuntarily. There were even remains of the main hall that fell, smashing into the large space and destroying it. It was a terrifying scene. Awoo! Run! 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 Whooshing crocodile howled. Lin Tian and the others were very fast. They moved quickly in the sky full of deathly black light, avoiding it one after another. Crack! 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 The void continued to crack, and huge cracks appeared one after another. Between these cracks, some interweaved spiritual light, some surged with yin mist, and some are plain and dull. In fact, the ground in the central region was even breaking apart and collapsing. Roiling death energy rushed out. Yin soldiers crawled up and roared towards the heavens. Seeing this scene, Lin Tian and the others were shocked. These deathly black lights fell like rain, splitting open some of the small spiritual domains and small spaces in this realm. Some of the tombs were also opened. Whooshing crocodiles stared at the scene. After seeing the terrifying remnant soul in the sarcophagus, it no longer cared about the sarcophagus because the remnant soul was too terrifying and the sarcophagus was obviously the remnant souls. At this time, as far as the eye could see, cracks were constantly appearing in the void of the 5th heaven. Many space portals appeared in many places, which were obviously the entrances to the spiritual domains, causing the surrounding spiritual energy to become much denser. At the same time, many places on the ground cracked open, many mountains collapsed, and Inchi rushed out from some places. More tombs were opened, and the Inchi in some of the tombs was extremely dense, causing clouds of black mist to rise. For a time, the cultivators of the fifth heaven who weren't absorbed into the extreme In temple were all shocked. Spiritual domains. There are spiritual domains opening, and there are more than one. Oh my God! Over there, that tomb is filled with Inchi. Is the owner of the tomb a Nirvana realm powerhouse? Over there, I seem to feel the aura of Source Vein. On the ground, many cultivators were shocked. However, at the same time, screams could still be heard in many places. Many cultivators were struck by the black light and turned into blood mist on the spot. Crack! Suddenly, at the southern end of the central region, a small crack broke open. At first, it was very small, but it gradually became bigger, reaching a width of several meters. Immediately, a monstrous immortal chi intertwined with each other. Vaguely, one could see majestic mountains, precious herbs everywhere, and spirit birds flying in the sky. It was like the legendary immortal world. Immortal mist billowed, and wisps of light surged. As the crack grew bigger, more and more immortal chi rushed out. In the blink of an eye, the entire central region was intertwined with each other, and an amazing Tao connotation spread out, spreading in all directions. For a time, the fifth heaven was shocked again. That is, Ruashian world, divine land. This isn't the legendary immortal world in the central region, right? This, it seems to be true. Many cultivators were shocked. Many people even temporarily forgot that the endless black light of death was still falling from the sky. Lin Tianyi and the others dodged the black light of death and quickly approached the fifth heaven. At this time, they looked at the huge crack in the south with a shocked expression. It's the legendary immortal world. That's right. It must be it. It just so happened that the black light of death broke through the invisible space barrier, creating a space portal that leads to the inside. Whooshing crocodiles shouted. The deathly black light continued to descend from the sky, but the amount had clearly decreased by a lot. The space in the sky was distorted and the dark clouds rolled. A super huge crack appeared in the void, and the extreme In temple slowly entered it. The extreme In temple flew away. Bai Qiu stared. Why do we care about that broken place? It's best that it flew away. Let's go to that immortal world now. Who knows how many rare treasures there are inside? It is said that there are more than 2 Empyrean treasures. Let's go. We must snatch them all. Whooshing crocodiles said. Hearing this, Bai Qiu's eyes lit up. That makes sense. Lin Tian and the other 2 naturally didn't have any objections. As they gazed at the immortal mansion world, their eyes glinted, just as Whooshing Crocodile had said that immortal estate world had existed for a very long time. There would definitely be many treasures inside. Most importantly, there was an Empyrean treasure inside. This was the most attractive part. For a moment, the 4 people and 1 alligator all increased their speed, dodging the already sparse black light of death as they flew towards the immortal estate world. Crack! In the fifth heaven, space cracks kept appearing in the void due to the black light of death. In the eastern part of the central region, a large space portal appeared, and wisps of demonic fog gushed out from it. Lin Tian, who was charging toward the immortal estate world, suddenly shuddered and stopped. He tilted his head and looked in that direction, his eyes shooting out 2 beams of divine light that were almost tangible. Boy, what's wrong with you? Why did you stop? Whooshing Crocodile said. Bai Qiu and the others also looked at him. Lin Tian looked at the space crack in the east, his eyes flashing. You all go to that immortal estate world first. I have something to do. I will catch up with you later. What? Listening to his words, the 3 people and 1 alligator were shocked. The opening of the immortal estate world was said to be the largest treasure trove in this heaven, containing countless immortal treasures, but Lin Tian actually wanted to go to another place at this time. "You all go quickly, don't worry about me," Lin Tian Ondao said. After his words fell, he directly stepped forward, leaving behind afterimages with each step directly heading towards the east. Just now, when the space crack in the east opened, the divine sword in his sea of knowledge shook, and a faint seven-colored light spread out, pointing towards that direction. This situation was too obvious. There must be a sword soul fragment there. His speed was very fast, like lightning, and in the blink of an eye he disappeared from the vision of the 3 people and 1 alligator. This kid, Wuxing Crocodile, stared at him. What is he delaying for? Bai Qiu frowned. Lin Tian abandoned the immortal estate world at this time and went to another place, which really puzzled the 3 people and 1 alligator. In the end, it was Bai Ziki who spoke. He chose to go to another place at this time. He must have his reasons. In addition, with his strength, we don't need to worry about anything. We will go to the immortal estate world, as he said. Bai Qiu said, "Oh," and looked in the direction Lin Tian went. Then the 3 people and 1 alligator sped up again, continuing to rush towards the immortal estate world. After leaving the 3 people and 1 alligator, Lin Tian's speed was very fast, the golden light on the surface of his body intertwining like a golden bolt of lightning. After about 2 hours, he finally arrived at the east of the central region, appearing in front of the space crack with faint, demonic mist surging. This crack was equivalent to the void door to the spirit domain space. There are demonic veins intertwining within. There was a flash of light in his eyes, and he took a step forward. P.S. Third watch. Then, starting from tomorrow, the dragon will rest for a while and then continue with the third watch. As for when the third watch will continue, the dragon will tell everyone in advance. Chapter 866. Lin Tian stepped into the space, shrouded in a faint demonic mist. He suddenly felt a trace of coldness, but he didn't care too much. This kind of coldness was too insignificant compared to the heavenly palace of death. At this time, looking around, the scene in this space was similar to the bloody space outside the small village in the 4th heaven. The space was a little dim, and wisps of black mist floated in the air. Lin Tian stepped into the space. Not far away, there was a short mountain range. It was bare, without any vegetation. He swept the area with his divine sense, then walked towards the depths of the space. He wasn't in a hurry. Dragon patterns extended from the soles of his feet and surged into the ground. Not long after, a faint ray of dragon pattern light flashed past his eyes. He discovered 7 great, demonic veins in the ground of this space, extending all the way to the group of short mountains. He narrowed his eyes slightly and continued to walk deeper. Soon he walked tens of thousands of feet and stepped into the short mountain range. Roar! Almost as soon as he stepped into the mountain range, a low roar sounded, and a fierce beast appeared and rushed towards him. This fierce beast's pupils were red and green. Its body was covered with green hair, and its claws were as long as chopsticks. Lin Tian stepped forward, and the light of dragon patterns rushed out from the soles of his feet. With a bang, the fierce beast was sent flying, exploding in the distance, turning into a dazzling blood mist. Boom! The short mountain range trembled, and strange fierce beasts appeared one after another. Each of them had a tyrannical aura, comparable to a powerhouse at the immortal realm. There were more than 30 of them, and together they rushed towards Lin Tian like a beast tide. Lin Tian raised his head, and a faint light flashed in his eyes as he stared at the more than 30 fierce beasts rushing towards him. Suddenly, these fierce beasts trembled together. Looking at Lin Tian's eyes, they all became fearful. They stopped rushing forward one by one, trembling in fear. They were ferocious beasts born in this small space. Although their intelligence was not very high, they still had a trace of intelligence. At this moment, they instinctively felt the terror of Lin Tian, who was like a god. Lin Tian's footsteps were very gentle. He walked past more than 30 ferocious beasts and continued to walk deeper into this space. He was now in the 3rd tier of the Great Path Realm, and he had fought all the way here. Countless Great Path Realm cultivators had died at his hands. Naturally, the aura he exuded was very frightening. At least, it was very frightening for these simple, ferocious beasts. It was almost equivalent to a group of ants facing a supreme emperor. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, dozens of breaths had passed. He had walked another several hundred meters and arrived at the center of the short mountain range. After walking to this place, the surroundings clearly became much quieter, and the air also became much more oppressive. Nearby, the mountain rocks were all pitch black, and the demonic mist was extremely dense. It was like a small demonic land. A glimmer of light flashed across Lin Tian's eyes. However, he continued to walk towards the depths of this space. At this moment, dozens of hurricanes rolled up, and the insides were completely filled with demonic mist. They surrounded Lin Tian in the center. In the next moment, the dozens of hurricanes trembled. As if they had their own consciousness, they pressed down on Lin Tian from all directions. In the blink of an eye, dozens of hurricanes pressed down on him. Each hurricane was more than 100 meters tall and had astonishing destructive power. Lin Tian stopped. Golden light flickered around his body. With a bang, he shattered the dozens of hurricanes pressing down on him. He lowered his head and looked underground. The dragon veins on the soles of his feet surged and shook slightly. Rings of dragon veins scattered into the ground. Roar! A violent roar came from underground. For a moment, the entire mountain range trembled. In all directions, all the demonic mist floated over and turned into a huge skull. It roared at Lin Tian and then tried to devour Lin Tian. Lin Tian raised his hand and grabbed this huge skull. Exerting a little force, he directly shattered it into pieces. The demonic veins intertwined. You have only just condensed your consciousness and are only comparable to the Great Path Realm. You want to devour me? He said indifferently. As he spoke, he stepped on the ground with his right foot. It shook again, causing the ground to roar again. In the next moment, the ground crumbled inch by inch. Dozens of huge cracks appeared. A mass of black, demonic light rushed out from the cracks and turned into a demonic shadow. Its eyes were blood red, and they were intertwined with bloodlust, cruelty, and mercilessness. This demonic shadow roared at Lin Tian. Demonic light surged like waves toward Lin Tian, turning into many beast shadows. These beast shadows were completely formed by the demonic light of the demonic shadow. They were just killing weapons that the demonic shadow had evolved. They did not have any consciousness. At this moment, they rushed fiercely toward Lin Tian. Lin Tianyi did not move. The golden light around his body turned into a wave of air and blasted out, instantly wiping out all the beast shadows. The demonic shadow roared and stared at Lin Tian. Its eyes were filled with coldness and greed. It roared again, causing the entire mountain range to shake even more violently. Beams of demonic light rushed up and entered its body, causing it to grow to dozens of feet tall in the blink of an eye. It roared again and opened its black, demonic mouth. It swooped down and mercilessly tried to devour Lin Tian. Lin Tian looked up. The light of dragon patterns intertwined in his eyes. You want to take my body? He shook his right hand, and a golden sword aura rushed up. It directly shattered the greater void and split the endless demonic light. It shook the demonic shadow out, and it rolled on the ground in a sorry state. He took a step forward. The dragon patterns on the soles of his feet spread. With a bang, he once again shook the demonic light and sent it flying. The demonic shadow trembled in the distance. There was some fear in its eyes. However, in the next moment, it roared again. It grabbed a demonic vein from the ground and wrapped it around its body, causing its aura to surge. It pounced toward Lin Tian again. Boom! For a time, the space here began to shake. Lin Tian's expression was calm. Golden divine light spread out from his body and turned into divine swords that rushed up, all of them clanging loudly. Back then, Ao Jian Tianzuan found a place where 10 demonic veins gathered. A demonic soul with spiritual intelligence was born there. He couldn't bear to kill it, so he left behind the heavenly sword manual. He hoped that after the demonic soul practiced the manual, it would be able to remove its ferocity and violence and leave behind a kind heart. Unfortunately, he failed. He raised his hand. The sound of the sword was ear-piercing. The golden sword aura rushed up and pierced through the space. It swept the demonic shadow away again. It seems that even if I imitate the sage and leave you behind, your ferocity and violence will not be removed. In the future, when you grow up, you will become a great disaster. So, you will be buried here. Clang! A 3-foot-long golden sword gathered above his head. It shattered the endless demonic light and slashed down mightily. The demonic shadow's eyes finally showed fear. It immediately dove into the ground and fled downwards. Lin Tian moved his right leg. The dragon pattern spread and shook the demonic shadow out of the ground. Then, the golden sword aura slashed down at the right time and crushed the demonic shadow on the spot. For a moment, the black demonic fog in this place dissipated. The air was not as stuffy as before. Lin Tian glanced at the place where the demonic shadow disappeared. He did not stop and continued to walk forward. Not long after, he stepped out of the short mountain range. After dozens of breaths, he came to the depths of this space. In front of him, on a small stone platform, a ball of 7-colored divine light lay quietly as if it was in a deep sleep. Lin Tian's eyes showed a hint of surprise. He stepped over and appeared beside the ball of 7-colored divine light. Almost at the moment he came beside it, the ball of 7-colored divine light seemed to have sensed him. It shook slightly and then slowly rose into the air. The divine light it emitted became much stronger. Buzz! Strands of 7-colored light intertwined. The aura of the same substance and origin made the divine sword in Lin Tian's sea of consciousness shake. Lin Tian stretched out his right hand. The ball of 7-colored divine light immediately flew over. Just like before, it circled around him and instantly entered his body. It rushed to the divine sword in his sea of consciousness and merged with it. Suddenly, the divine sword shook. Strands of 7-colored light intertwined and drowned the divine sword in it. At the same time, the 7-colored light spread in all directions as if it was feedback. It surged out of the sea of consciousness and entered Lin Tian's body. It rushed to every corner of his body. There was an extremely pure and rich spiritual energy contained in it. Lin Tian's eyes flashed. Without hesitation, he immediately activated the Heart Sutra of Sun and seriously refined the divine light. Buzz! For a moment, there was a faint 7-colored light overflowing from the surface of his body. His aura and principle were both strengthening. He stood quietly in this space without moving. Only his tyrannical divine sense surrounded his body to prevent any ferocious beasts from attacking at this time. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. On this day, the 7-colored divine light outside his body disappeared and turned back into golden light. His aura became stable, the peak of the 3rd heaven of the great path. He opened his eyes. His eyes were intertwined. At this time he felt that his physical body, divine sense, and principle of the great path had improved a lot compared to 3 days ago. He took a deep breath and scanned the bottom of his sea of consciousness. He saw that the divine sword had already calmed down and was motionless. The 7-colored divine light outside the sword had been completely absorbed. The patterns on the surface of the sword had become clearer and brighter. He looked at these patterns seriously. He studied them for 6 hours. I still don't understand. He muttered to himself. The patterns on the divine sword were too complicated. He racked his brains, but still couldn't understand. In the end, he could only shake his head. He paused here for a moment. Without stopping, he turned and walked out. He had obtained the sword soul fragment here. He was ready to rush to the immortal mansion world. He went back the way he came. Not long after, he stepped out of this space and reappeared in the outside world. He looked toward the south. Even though it was far away, he could still see the space portal of the immortal mansion world. There was spiritual light around it. The immortal mansion world. He narrowed his eyes slightly and strode over at an extremely fast speed. Boom! At this moment, thousands of feet away, a shocking divine power surged out. There was a blazing light of the sun. It was powerful and vast, shattering a large part of the void. Chapter 8:67. Lin Tian couldn't have been mistaken. The light of the sun was intertwined with the unique aura of the sun physique. His eyes flashed and he changed direction. He didn't move very quickly, but stepped in that direction step by step. Boom! The blazing sun became even more intense. In the next moment, there seemed to be a spatial spirit domain breaking open in that direction. A figure soared up. His body was intertwined with the blazing sun, causing the surrounding space to distort. It was a tall figure with a majestic aura, like a god descending to the mortal world. The aura around him was very oppressive. Li Guhuang. Lin Tian's eyes shot out two cold beams of light that were almost solid. They were like two beams of killing light that slashed forward. He had heard from Yang Qi that Li Guhuang was also in this heaven, and was known as the Sun King of the Central Region. However, he had never met him. He didn't expect to see him now. He seemed to have just come out of seclusion in one of the ancient ruins of the spirit domain. In the distance, Li Guhuang turned his head to look. His black hair fell to his shoulders, and his eyes were deep. After seeing Lin Tian, a strange look flashed in his eyes, but it quickly turned cold. "It's you." His voice was very cold, and his killing intent surged instantly. He didn't hide it at all. Lin Tiandao stood straight, and his black hair danced in front of his forehead. His eyes were incomparably cold. He took a step forward and directly punched out. Boom! It was as if a sacred drum had been beaten in the sky. The void directly exploded, unable to withstand the power of this fist. He and Li Guhuang had nothing to say. Li Guhuang's eyes burned like divine suns. He waved his palm, and the Li clan's god hand covered the sky and the sun and met Lin Tian. Boom! For a time, the surrounding space began to collapse, unable to withstand the collision of the two. Lin Tian's eyes flashed coldly. Li Guhuang had become stronger and had reached the 7th layer of the Great Tao, which surprised him. Back in the battle in the Bai clan, he was at the 4th layer of the Imperial Sky Realm, and Li Guhuang was at the peak of the 7th layer, more than 3 levels higher than him. Now a few years had passed, and he had broken through continuously. His luck was excellent, and he had reached the peak of the 3rd layer of the Great Tao. However, Li Guhuang was not weaker than him. Now he was still more than 3 levels higher. However, he didn't care much about this. The coldness in his eyes thickened, and he directly used the divinatory divine technique. Buzz. The Sea of 3 Leaves, 9 Springs Sacred Sword, Desolate Mountain, Divine Weapon Treasure Bell, Blood Crevice, and other divine elephant of heaven appeared at the first moment, sealing off every inch of space in all directions, and majestically charged forward. Li Guhuang's eyes flashed like lightning. Clearly, he had nothing to say to Lin Tian. Countless swords appeared behind him, each of them exuding a might that could annihilate everything. This was one of the 3 core divine abilities of the Li clan, the godly spirit 10,000 killing sword. Clang! 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 The killing swords clanged like real swords. They cut through the space and sunk the earth, heading toward Lin Tiansha. This was a shocking scene. As far as the eye could see, The dense killing swords and divine images collided, causing the space to explode. Spatial turbulence continued to pour out. Lin Tian's black hair danced. He took a step forward and punched again. Boom! This punch was much more powerful than the first one. It was unstoppable and destroyed everything in its path. At the same time, his left hand formed a seal, and the seal of 4 symbols appeared, pressing toward his opponent. Suddenly, the seal of 4 symbols condensed 2 Tao diagrams of the 4 symbols, as if to suppress and seal everything. Even the flow of the air was greatly affected, and it stopped for a moment. Boom! This was a combination attack. Lin Tian's momentum was vigorous, like an ancient emperor, and the spirit he exuded was frighteningly strong. Li Guhuang's eyes were cold, and he looked calm. A halberd of divine light rushed out from behind him. It was also a great magic of the Li family, and it rushed toward Lin Tian. Then, in the next moment, a prehistoric pagoda rushed out from behind him. The pagoda was 33 levels high, and it flowed with exquisite light. This was a core magic of the Li family, and it was slightly stronger than the divine spirit 10,000 killing sword. It was indestructible, and its attack power was extremely strong. Lin Tian shook his fist and directly destroyed it. However, in the next moment, the pagoda condensed again and turned into a ball of light. It evolved into 33 levels of heaven and pressed toward him again, and its momentum was stronger. You think the same technique will work on me a second time? He said coldly. This magic was called the Treastrimsa, Divine Light Pagoda. Back then, it had forced him into a difficult situation, but now it was impossible for him to be the same as before. At this moment, the Tao diagram of the 4 symbols that he took out trembled slightly. Using his current cultivation, he immediately cut off the connection between the Treastrimsa Divine Light Pagoda and Li Guhuang, directly shattering it, and it would never be able to reappear again. He stepped forward, and a divine sword flew out from his body. He held it in his hand and waved it out 99 sword lights. With a clang, the sword lights of the Treastrimsa Divine Light Pagoda's killing power was astonishing. 99 sword lights merged together and attacked from all directions. Crack! 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 Crisp sounds kept coming out, and the void was distorted. In an instant, the 99 sword lights of the Treastrimsa Divine Light Pagoda pierced into a hornet's nest. This scene was a little frightening. The 99 sword lights of the Treastrimsa Divine Light Pagoda were extremely powerful. They pierced through the void and trapped Li Guhuang in it. They were either aimed at his glabella, his heart, or his origin in his abdomen. Li Guhuang was not in a hurry. With a light shout, he unleashed the Li family's wheel of grinding deity devouring Tao. Instantly a treasure wheel appeared. The surroundings were intertwined with a shocking aura of destruction, as if it could obliterate everything. At the same time, a light rushed out from his body and turned into a clay pot. The Tao patterns on it intertwined, and the power of a divine weapon was instantly revealed. "I will kill you today." His words were cold. With a boom, the clay pot shone brightly as if it could swallow everything. It pressed forward together with the wheel of grinding deity devouring Tao. "I will take your head. Today, no one can protect you like before." Lin Tianling said. The divine sword in his hand flowed with divine light, and the clanging sound was endless. Once again, he slashed out dense sword lights of the Treastrimsa Divine Light Pagoda. Then he took a step forward in the midst of the sword lights and threw the divine sword in his hand at Li Guhuang. It turned into a destructive lightning bolt and went straight for Li Guhuang's glabella. After that, he moved up with the sky full of sword lights. He waved his iron fist mercilessly and directly smashed the wheel of grinding deity devouring Tao into pieces. Li Guhuang used the clay pot to sprinkle divine light all over the sky, blocking the dense sword lights that Lin Tian slashed out. At the same time, he waved the hand of gods and knocked away the divine sword that Lin Tian threw out. However, at this time, Lin Tian stepped on the Yin and Yang Ho and approached him. He directly punched his opponent's chest. Li Guhuang's eyes were cold. A treasure cauldron appeared. It was a powerful divine power. At this moment, it protected his body and blocked Lin Tian's punch. Boom! He controlled the clay pot to fall from the sky, and in the blink of an eye, it pressed down on Lin Tian's head. Lin Tian did not dodge. He withdrew his iron fist and punched at Li Guhuang again. He slammed hard on the divine power treasure cauldron outside of Li Guhuang's body, causing cracks to appear on the cauldron. At the same time, a second divine sword rushed out of his body. The blood-red killing light intertwined and flew up into the sky. It collided with the clay pot that Li Guhuang pressed down on, exploding into destructive light. It was also at this time that Lin Tian's third punch landed. With a crack, it directly shattered the divine power treasure cauldron outside of Li Guhuang's body. "I'll send you flying," he said coldly. The fourth punch was thrown out at extreme speed and landed directly on Li Guhuang's chest. With a bang, Li Guhuang was sent flying. A large mountain in the distance collapsed and was buried under the huge rocks that filled the sky. However, this was only for a moment. In the next moment, the huge rocks in the sky collapsed, and Li Guhuang rushed out. His body was covered by the divine power treasure cauldron, and he was not injured at all. Lin Tian's eyes narrowed. His punches were very fast just now, but Li Guhuang's casting speed was obviously not slower than his punches. In such a hurried gap, he actually used the protective divine power again and blocked his punch. He snorted coldly and stepped forward again. The two divine swords were activated together, and the killing light that filled the sky was slashed down. There were no complicated movements. He was still swinging his fists. His fists were simple and unadorned, but the power was terrifying. Boom! With a boom, the space shook violently. This punch was even stronger. It condensed 90% of his physical strength. It was really not a joke. Everything in front of him was disintegrated in an instant. Li Guhuang's eyes were like swords. He shouted in a low voice and supported an even stronger divine power to meet it. Suddenly, the two collided again. For a moment, the sky was filled with divine light that drowned out all directions and covered everything. Crack! 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 At this moment, the space shattered and the ground sank. The scene was very shocking. The two charged in the sky, full of divine power. Spells, divine powers, fist radiance, leg shadows, and divine weapons kept colliding. Sword of Heaven Conquering. These 4 words came out of Lin Tian's mouth and resounded through the sky. With a clang, the destructive sword intent bloomed like a flower and crushed everything in an instant. Li Guhuang supported the great technique of the Li family and used the power of the divine weapon to meet it head-on. Boom! The two collided, and more cracks appeared on the ground. The space shattered and recovered, and then shattered again. With a bang, Li Guhuang's figure was hit out of the sky, full of divine light. A transparent bloody hole appeared in his chest, and cracks spread all over his body. It made his body like porcelain, as if it would shatter with a gentle touch. In the next moment, Lin Tian stepped out of the sky, full of divine light. A divine sword floated above his head, and he held it in his right hand. He only took 2 steps and appeared about 10 feet away from Li Guhuang. The 2 divine swords intertwined with divine light and slashed down at the same time. With a clang, the 2 divine swords had not really landed, but the sharp sword power directly shattered everything around them. However, in the next moment, Lin Tian's expression changed slightly. He stopped the attack of the 2 divine swords and moved dozens of feet away with extreme speed. Boom! Almost at the moment he moved out, with Li Guhuang as the center, the ground within a radius of 15 feet collapsed. Dense and blazing sword radiance rushed up, intertwining with extremely terrifying fluctuations. It directly melted the void, and the scene was terrifying. Suddenly, Lin Tian's expression changed. This was not only because the sword radiance was terrifying, but also because the sword radiance was mixed with an aura that he was very familiar with. It's similar to the Heart Sutra of Sun. Chapter 868. The blazing sword light interweaved around Li Guhuang, causing Lin Tian's expression to change. He clearly felt an aura that was very similar to the Sun Heart Sutra, causing his heart to tremble. He stared at Li Guhuang with a cold gaze. With a slight movement, the sword light of the heavens slashed out dozens of times. Li Guhuang's eyes were cold. His injuries were healed, and the blazing celestial swords beside him trembled, instantly meeting the attack. Boom! The power of these blazing celestial swords was terrifying, and their destructive power was shocking. The scorching heat was even more terrifying than lava, as if it had evolved from the blazing sun, as if it could melt everything in the world. It was enough to make the hearts of all living things tremble. Lin Tian's sword light of the heavens collided with the blazing sword light and quickly dimmed, as if all of its power had been sucked out, or as if it had been melted. It quickly dissipated, like a flame that had been extinguished. Whoosh! 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 Li Guhuang's blazing sword light rushed past, melting the space, and continued to slash towards Lin Tian without slowing down. Lin Tian once again unleashed his towering heaven sword light, clashing against Li Guhuang's sword light. However, Li Guhuang's sword light was truly terrifying, as though it could melt everything. Lin Tian's towering heaven sword light continued to weaken, and so did his other innate techniques. With a boom, Li Guhuang stepped over, carrying the blazing sword light that filled the sky. At the same time, he used the hand of gods to attack. Lin Tian waved the Bai family supreme divine palm, colliding with it. At the same time, he slashed with the divine sword, dodging the blazing sword light. His gaze was cold. As he fought against Li Guhuang, he also dealt with Li Guhuang's blazing sword light. He felt more and more similar to the Sun Heart Sutra. In his cold eyes, the light became more and more intense. With a boom, he supported the Bai family's great celestial king arcane art and slashed out a heavenly sword light, retreating horizontally from the blazing sword light. You received some inheritance from the sun, celestial lord. He stared coldly at Li Guhuang. A bright light flashed in Li Guhuang's eyes as the blazing sword light around him grew even stronger. It was as though it wanted to incinerate everything and slash apart the heavens and earth. With just a slight movement, it melted and crushed everything as it mightily slashed towards Lin Tian. Lin Tian's great, celestial king, arcane technique instantly dimmed, and he was forced to retreat. He used the divining divine technique to summon a sea of clover and waited for the divining divine elephant to meet Li Guhuang's attack. However, the result was the same. The originally powerful divine technique quickly dimmed after meeting the blazing sword light slashed by Li Guhuang, as if the power within it had been weakened. Qi, a blazing sword ray, brushed past his shoulder. Instantly, blood gushed out, and he felt a burning pain. Li Guhuang took a step forward, the sun and flames intertwining around his body. Blazing sword rays appeared beside him, making him look like a true sun god, high and unapproachable. Sun immortal sword, able to dissolve divine power. All of your techniques will be greatly weakened until you die. His voice was very cold. His right hand trembled, and a large amount of blazing sword rays pressed towards Lin Tian. Lin Tian's eyes were cold. He retreated and slashed out a large expanse of sword light. It is indeed the sun, celestial lord's divine technique, he said coldly. Previously, when he sensed the blazing sword light, he felt that its aura was very similar to the aura of the Sun Heart Sutra. He guessed that Li Guhuang had received part of the sun, celestial lord's inheritance, and some of his divine techniques. In fact, it was just as he thought. Li Guhuang's eyes were extremely cold. He took a step forward, and the sun celestial sword that filled the sky made the sword power even more terrifying. It melted the great void and mercilessly slashed towards Lin Tian like a rain of swords. Clang! 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 His whole body was intertwined with blazing sunlight. The blazing sword light was even more terrifying. It slashed vertically and horizontally like a group of flame sword warriors under his command. Everywhere it passed, it was really suppressed. Even the air was melted. Lin Tian used the divination divine technique to create many divine techniques to attack. However, after meeting the sun's celestial sword, the power of the divine techniques was greatly weakened. They were quickly shattered by the sun's celestial sword, and the divine sword of absolute death closed in on him again. With a poof, a sword light pierced through his left shoulder, immediately bringing a large amount of blood with it. It was a bit glaring. He flashed back. With a shake of his right hand, he used the divination divine technique to spread out the blood-colored crack and swallowed it forward. At the same time, he unleashed a few other great divine abilities of the Bai family to attack from different angles. However, these divine techniques together could not last for long. In the blink of an eye, they were shattered. The sun's celestial sword can cut divine power and weaken it. All your divine techniques are manifested with divine power as the foundation. Under the sun's celestial sword, they are weaker and weaker. You can't stop me. Li Guhuang's voice was cold. He stepped forward, and a large number of sun's celestial swords slashed at Lin Tian like a waterfall. Under the sun's celestial swords, the void kept shattering. At the same time, it was as if water was boiling. The scene was very terrifying and gave people a sense of horror. Lin Tian retreated 3 feet away, his expression unchanged. Can't stop you? I've never thought of stopping you. Today I'm going to kill you, he said coldly. With a boom, a majestic aura came out of his body. He activated the Sun Heart Sutra, and golden divine light filled the field. Then he waved his sword again. The golden sword light surged up and collided with the dense sun celestial swords in an instant. The 2 powerful sword lights collided, sending out bursts of sparks. In the blink of an eye, more than half of the sun celestial swords were shattered. Li Guhuang's expression changed as he stared at the golden divine light outside Lin Tian's body. His expression changed immediately. Unfortunately, I also know a bit of the Sun Celestial Lord's technique. Even more unfortunately, I control the Mother Sutra of the Heart Sutra. Your Sun Celestial Swords can weaken the divine power, but they can't weaken the divine power that I use after activating the Sun Heart Sutra, Lin Tianling said coldly. As soon as he finished speaking with a clang, he activated the Sun Heart Sutra even faster. Once again, he slashed out dense sword lights. Sizzling sounds kept coming out. In the blink of an eye, the sun's celestial swords outside Li Guhuang's body were completely shattered. Poof! 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 3 streaks of sword radiance pierced through the air and pierced through Li Guhuang's body, leaving behind 3 glaring bloody holes. The divine light outside Lin Tian's body was like a rainbow. The divine sword in his right hand vibrated. In an instant, the sword whistled again, and golden sword lights filled the sky. Clang! The tyrannical sword was as fast as a startled swan. Once again, it penetrated Li Guhuang's body and forced him to retreat dozens of feet. Li Guhuang growled. The dense sun celestial swords condensed again in the blink of an eye and became stronger. Half of the sword lights were like divine soldiers guarding him, while the other half mercilessly slashed toward Lin Tian. Lin Tian's eyes were indifferent. He stepped on the yin and yang hua to dodge, and then opened a path with the golden sword lights. Clang! The golden sword lights could no longer be weakened by the sun celestial swords. The fierce power was unstoppable, cutting everything into pieces. With a poof, Li Guhuang was penetrated again. Blood splattered in the void, and his whole body flew dozens of feet away. Lin Tian's eyes were cold. Naturally, he wouldn't give Li Guhuang any time to breathe. He quickly closed in, leaving after-images behind. He wielded the blood-colored divine sword in his right hand and slashed the sword lights. The golden sword lights destroyed everything. At the same time, he formed a seal with his left hand. The seal of alchemy flame, the seal of refining fire, and the seal of burning heart were cast one after another. They mercilessly pressed down on Li Guhuang. With a boom, the space shook violently and collapsed. It couldn't withstand such divine power at all. Li Guhuang was shrouded in such a destructive divine power. Blood flowed from his mouth, but his eyes were colder than before. Sun Fusang! He shouted in a deep voice. The sunlight outside his body flickered, and a huge old tree appeared, enveloping him. This old tree was completely condensed by divine power. Its branches swayed, and there was a faint ancient aura that emerged. It blocked all of Lin Tian's attacks. Fusang tree. Lin Tian was shocked. He knew that the tree shadow that Li Guhuang was holding up was a type of defensive divine art. It should also be celestial, venerable sun's technique. The old tree's branches and leaves were lush and strong. Even though it was manifested by divine power, it was still vivid and had a majestic atmosphere. It was exactly the same as the Fusang tree described in the legends. He still vaguely remembered that in the legends, the Fusang tree was the sacred tree of the Golden Crow clan. It had great power. The Solar Lord manifested this tree shadow as a defensive magic. Could it be that this legendary divine tree really exists? He frowned slightly, but in the next moment he didn't think about it anymore. He took a step forward again and pressed on toward Li Guhuang. With a clang this time, he brandished a powerful sword move. The sword of soaring heaven slashed toward Li Guhuang like a comet slashing the moon. This sword move was the sword of slaughter in the Soaring Heaven Sword Manual. It was equivalent to a secret magic that could destroy almost everything. In the blink of an eye, it appeared in front of Li Guhuang and slashed down fiercely, bursting out a sky full of divine light. However, when the light dissipated, Lin Tian was shocked. This powerful sword move was still blocked by the old tree outside Li Guhuang's body. It's much stronger than the treasured cauldron defense magic from before. The difference is like heaven and earth. He was slightly shocked. He brandished the divine sword in his hand. At the same time, he used the weapon control art to activate the blood-red divine sword from a distance. He kept attacking Li Guhuang. For a moment, the golden soaring heaven sword radiance sealed the space and covered everything. However, the Fusang tree shadow outside Li Guhuang's body was too strong. It completely blocked his soaring heaven sword radiance. His eyes narrowed. He slashed another soaring heaven sword killing technique. At the same time, he performed other secret magic attacks. However, they were all useless. They were all blocked by the Fusang tree shadow outside Li Guhuang's body. It was also at this time that his body suddenly shook. He felt great danger for no reason. His soul in his sea of consciousness shook violently, and a gust of cold air appeared on his back. Broken tomb of the fallen gods! A cold voice came out from Li Guhuang's mouth. Chapter 869. The sudden change made Lin Tian's face change color. He endured the pain in his head and quickly stepped back, putting some distance between him and Li Guhuang. My divine will has turned into the God-shattering seed. It has broken into your mind. You can't get rid of it. Li Guhuang's eyes were cold. The Fusang tree gradually disappeared into his body. He stepped forward and took out the Taiyang deity's sword again, pressing it mercilessly toward Lin Tian. Lin Tian endured the pain in his head and forced himself to use the heavenly sword aura. He slashed forward and stepped on the yin and yang, hua to step back again. At the same time, he shouted, and all the divine weapons in his body were activated. Each of them flashed with a strange light and killed tens of thousands of divine weapons. These were the divine weapons that he had activated with the art of weapon control. The combined power of several divine weapons was naturally terrifying. It forced Li Guhuang to step back and stop him from getting closer. It doesn't matter. The shattered tomb of the gods has been planted in your mind. Even if I don't get close to you, I can still crush your divine soul and kill you. Li Guhuang said coldly. He stopped approaching and used his divine will to activate the shattered tomb of the gods. Suddenly his glabella lit up. Lin Tian suddenly felt more pain in his head. Blood flowed out of his mouth, nose, and ears. He stepped back again, and his mind felt like it was going to explode. He clenched his teeth and activated all kinds of divine abilities. He tried to cut off Li Guhuang's divine technique, but it was useless. There was an extremely terrifying energy interweaving in his sea of consciousness. It was as terrifying as the heavenly tribulation. With your mind as the burial ground for your divine soul, you can't stop it. It's only a matter of time before your divine soul is destroyed. Li Guhuang said emotionlessly. It had to be said that this sect's shattered divine tomb's secret technique was extremely terrifying, comparable to heavenly venerable divine techniques. Lin Tian only felt his soul tremble intensely, producing streaks of cracks. No matter what methods he used, it was useless, unable to block out that type of killing force. Blood seeped out from his mouth, nose, and ears. His head felt like it was about to explode. The divination divine art for symbol seal, psyche, see anomaly, and many other secret arts were unleashed one after another to suppress his body. Instantly, the pain was alleviated, and his psyche stabilized a little. A strange light flashed in Li Guhuang's eyes. He was very clear on how powerful the innate technique he was using was. Once he planted the god-shattering seed into his opponent's sea of consciousness, he would be able to kill his opponent in an instant. However, Lin Tian was able to hold on for so long. Not only that, at this moment, he seemed to have suppressed the innate technique slightly, causing Li Guhuang's expression to turn even colder. He stared at Lin Tian with an indifferent expression. He formed another seal with his hands and sent out more of his divine sense to activate the secret technique of the shattered tomb of the gods. For a moment, the light of the divine sense covered the entire area like a hazy sea of light. Lin Tiandao's body trembled. His psyche was instantly thrown into turmoil. More blood seeped out from his mouth and nose. Even his cheeks started to crack. Streams of blood seeped out from them. Inside, in his psyche body seemed to be imprisoned by divine threads. It was difficult for him to move, and an even more shocking pain came from it. It was unbearable for ordinary people. He shouted in a low voice. In his psyche, boundless divine sense surged and turned into heavenly swords that slashed out, stirring up the clouds. However, it was still unable to block out the invisible force. Instead, he coughed out another mouthful of blood. It's useless. I told you that my divine sense has turned into the god-shattering seed and has been planted in your psyche. You can't break it. Li Guhuang's voice was emotionless. Lin Tian stared at him. Even though his head was in pain and his cheeks were covered in cracks, he did not show much emotion. In this world, there is no technique that can't be broken, he said coldly. With a buzzing sound, the reincarnation diagram appeared. The aura of the gods and saints intertwined and circled in the air, shining brightly. Even someone as strong as Li Guhuang was slightly shocked at this moment. He immediately felt the terror of the reincarnation diagram. This is Buzz. The reincarnation diagram shone brightly. In the next moment, it turned into a ray of light and rushed directly into Lin Tian's psyche. It appeared beside his psyche and completely enveloped his psyche body. In an instant, Lin Tian saw a strand of divine sense that did not belong to him intertwining beside his psyche body. It was like a fierce ghost that was eating and cutting his psyche body. There was no doubt that this was Li Guhuang's divine sense. It was the God-shattering seed that Li Guhuang had condensed with his own divine sense. His eyes were cold. With a thought, the reincarnation diagram shone even brighter, emitting a strange light in his psyche sea. It smashed down on Li Guhuang's divine sense and shattered it instantly. After that, his psyche sea shook. Many images appeared in his psyche sea. They seemed to be Li Guhuang's memories. In these images, Li Guhuang and a group of important figures of the Li family were discussing something in a secret hall of the Li family. They all had cold smiles on their faces. The extreme yin and extreme yang gave birth to the chaos offspring, destroyed the extreme yin body's consciousness, turned it into a puppet, annihilated the Bai family, and the Li family dominated the 10 directions, celestial domains. His expression changed. He gritted his teeth and said the contents of the images that appeared in his psyche sea. His murderous intent soared instantly. Once, the Bai family and the Li family wanted to form a marriage alliance. If the extreme yin body and extreme yang body combined, they could give birth to a chaos offspring. Once the chaos body matured, it could definitely enter the chaotic realm and live for 100,000 years. It could allow the 2 families to look down on the 10 directions, celestial domains, for at least 100,000 years. However, he didn't expect the Li family to have such a plan. They wanted to quietly wipe out Bai Qiu's consciousness after the marriage alliance was successful and turn him into a puppet. After the chaos body was born, they would secretly destroy the Bai family. Then, the chaos offspring would belong to the Li family. Only the Li family could look down on the 10 directions, celestial domains. The Li family is so calculative. His voice was extremely chilling. With a boom, golden light shot out from his body and turned into a beam of light that pierced through the sky. Li Guhuang was slightly moved. "How did you know this?" Boom! Monstrous, murderous intent surged. With a bang, Li Guhuang was sent flying. He crashed into a mountain in the distance, causing the entire array to shatter. Lin Tian's black hair danced in the wind, and his entire body was intertwined with blood-colored tribulation lightning. His gaze was terrifying, like a god of death that had descended to the mortal world. "I'll kill you today. When I return to the second heaven, the Li family will completely disappear." His voice was cold. He took a step forward and instantly appeared in the mountain that Li Guhuang had crashed into. He punched down hard, and the golden fist light intertwined with the blood-colored tribulation lightning, penetrating the ground and creating a huge pit with a diameter of 80 feet. Whoosh! Smoke and dust billowed as Li Guhuang rushed up. His entire body was stained with blood, and he looked extremely disheveled. There was a blazing sun and a divine ocean behind him. He used the sun ocean of the king's territory to protect his body, but he was still severely injured and his king body was almost shattered. Lin Tian's eyes were cold. With a buzz, the reincarnation body rose again and pressed towards Li Guhuang. He was extremely fast, and the reincarnation diagram was even more dazzling. It immediately covered all directions and pressed down mercilessly. Li Guhuang hollered and pushed the sun ocean of the king's territory to the limit. The divine sun seemed to be able to obliterate everything. In the blink of an eye, the sun ocean and the reincarnation diagram collided, and the destructive aura shook like a rolling ocean. Pushed! With a soft sound, the sun ocean shattered on the spot. Lin Tian dashed past, and his golden iron fist crushed a large area of the void. It was an incomparably violent fist aura. Even someone as powerful as Li Guhuang was shocked. He once again propped up the sun-ocean divine ability and protected his body firmly in it. Almost at the instant that he propped up the Fusang tree shadow, Lin Tian's fist landed like a blazing sun. Boom! With a crisp sound, it was earth-shattering, and the sturdy Fusang tree shadow shook violently this time, causing dense cracks to appear. Although Li Guhuang used the Fusang tree to block Lin Tian's fist outside his body, he did not completely isolate Lin Tian's fist aura. Wisps of fist power entered through the fusang tree and landed on his body, causing him to cough up blood and be sent flying. You! Boom! Lin Tian's golden iron fist arrived once again. It was as if it was crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. It really had the power of hundreds of millions of caddies. It crushed the greater void and once again landed on the fusang tree shadow that Li Guhuang propped up. Uft! More cracks appeared on the fusang tree. Li Guhuang was sent flying again. He was shaken by Lin Tian's terrifying fist aura until he coughed up large amounts of blood. Solar celestial sword! He roared. Suddenly, the solar celestial sword appeared all over the sky. It was incomparably blazing, as if it was going to melt everything. 3 styles of Ling Tian. Almost at the same time, a cold voice sounded from Lin Tian's mouth. With a crack, the void collapsed inch by inch. Lin Tian activated the blood-colored divine sword and slashed down a peerless sword aura. This sword aura flashed and jumped. In the blink of an eye, it landed on the fusang tree shadow outside Li Guhuang's body. The destructive power was overwhelming. Uft! This sword pierced through the fusang tree shadow and sank into Li Guhuang's left shoulder. Lin Tian's black hair fluttered in the wind. After this sword, the third punch landed. The golden fist aura covered all directions. With a crack, this time, the sturdy fusang tree shadow could no longer hold on and was directly blasted into pieces. It's your turn to attack. Lin Tian stared at Li Guhuang. There were no other unnecessary movements. It was still a punch. It was like a meteor that could destroy the world. Li Guhuang supported 11 great magical powers in a row to meet the attack, but it was useless. In the blink of an eye, they were crushed by Lin Tian's fist aura. The golden fist landed firmly on his chest and blasted him into pieces on the spot. Immediately, in the next moment, an ear-piercing sword sound rang out. The heavenly sword aura manifested into thousands of sword auras and slashed down crazily. Lin Tian's eyes were as cold as ice. He naturally knew that it was impossible to kill Li Guhuang with a single punch. At this moment, he directly scattered the dense, heavenly sword aura, completely enveloping the surrounding space, not giving Li Guhuang the slightest chance to reassemble his body. Uft! 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 Under the heavenly sword aura, Li Guhuang's body, which had already been shattered into pieces, exploded one after another. Red blood splattered everywhere. Looking from afar, this scene was a bit horrifying. The dense heavenly sword aura sealed off the surrounding area and completely covered Li Guhuang's broken body. It was like a ruthless rainstorm that crushed down mercilessly. It was appalling. Nirvana of the Sun. Chapter 870. Lin Tian's eyes were cold, and the murderous intent in his chest was terrifying. But even so, as he stared at Li Guhuang, who had reconstructed his body, a hint of surprise still flashed in his eyes. One should know that Li Guhuang shouldn't have been able to reconstruct his body with his towering heaven sword aura. However, not only did he reconstruct his body, but the speed at which he reconstructed his body was a bit exaggerated. It was almost done in the blink of an eye, as if it didn't take any time at all. He stared at Li Guhuang with cold eyes. At this time, he could only think of the 5 words that Li Guhuang had just roared. Sun Nirvana technique, he said coldly. As he spat out these 5 words, he had already guessed something in his heart. This so-called Sun Nirvana technique was obviously the inherited magic of the Solar Celestial Lord. It was a healing saint technique. Just now, Li Guhuang was able to reconstruct his body in the sky, full of towering heaven sword aura, and reconstruct it at an unnatural speed because of this Song Wushuang saint technique. Staring at Li Guhuang, his eyes were cold. His right hand shook, and the towering heaven sword aura became denser and stronger. I'll crush you. His eyes were cold, and his murderous intent was overflowing. After the towering heaven sword aura that filled the sky, he stepped forward and blasted out a punch. With a dong sound, the dome of heaven trembled as if a thunderbolt had exploded. The violent might of the fist was about to shatter the heavens and split the earth. Puff! His speed was extremely fast, and the power of his fist was even more frightening. In an instant, Li Guhuang was blasted into pieces again. Blood sputtered all over the sky, dyeing the void red. Hum! The blood-red flame flickered, and Li Guhuang's broken flesh and blood seemed to have a mind of their own. Spiritual light surged, and he instantly reconstructed his body at an astonishing speed. Lin Tian roared, and the Taiyang celestial sword rushed toward Lin Tian. At the same time, the Taiyang ocean was propped up by him. The divine ocean's blue waves and the scorching sun surged toward Lin Tian. Lin Tian's eyes were ice cold. He took a step forward and raised the reincarnation diagram. His divine and holy aura immediately covered the entire area. This was his king's region, the strongest king's region. In addition, his murderous intent was strong at the moment. After he activated the reincarnation diagram, he immediately shattered Li Guhuang's sun ocean. At the same time, he shattered the Taiyang celestial sword and directly crushed Li Guhuang. Pooh! Li Guhuang's body exploded apart once more, and he was forcefully crushed into an expanse of dazzling bloody mist by the samsara diagram. Buzz! Lin Tian's glabella lit up, not giving Li Guhuang any chance to resist. He directly brought out the yin-yang lotus-y. For a moment, the light of yin and yang intertwined. He used this strange phenomenon in his knowledge, to suppress Li Guhuang's blood mist and soul. Rebirth of the sun. With a low roar, the bloody mist that was formed after Li Guhuang's body exploded danced with blood-red flames and instantly reformed. Its speed was beyond common sense, as if it did not need to waste any time at all. Lin Tian's eyes were cold as ice. With a low shout, the yin-yang lotus sea transformed into a yin-yang great sword and mercilessly chopped down. Pooh! Li Guhuang's body exploded again, and blood splattered everywhere. However, what surprised Lin Tian was that the speed at which Li Guhuang reformed his body was too fast. In the blink of an eye, he once again condensed the sun physique. It was really like a sun that was constantly being reborn. The cold light in his eyes grew stronger. With a wave of his right hand, a blood-red divine sword appeared in his hand. He stepped forward and slashed at Li Guhuang. Boom! Li Guhuang shouted. The glabella shone brightly, and an ancient tree suddenly rushed out from behind him. This ancient tree was divided into 9 branches, and on each branch stood a golden raven, all of which contained an incomparably powerful aura. Then the sun ocean also propped up immediately. The two merged together, and the will of destruction instantly skyrocketed. Then he rushed in front of Lin Tian like a bolt of lightning, completely ignoring Lin Tian's killing light of the divine sword. He only attacked Lin Tian with a sky full of killing light. Pooh! Pooh! Blood splattered everywhere, and the bodies of the two exploded at the same time, dyeing the sky red. Lin Tian wrapped the incomplete body with his divine soul light and quickly reformed half of his body. However, at this moment, his expression changed slightly. The blood-red flames on Li Guhuang's body flickered. He had already reformed his complete body and was charging toward him. Lin Tian's expression was cold. His half-reformed body instantly bloomed with infinite light, and he quickly retreated. At this moment, he knew what Li Guhuang was planning. Li Guhuang had mastered a healing sacred art like the Sun Nirvana technique, which could repair the broken body at an extraordinary speed. Therefore, Li Guhuang ignored his attack and was going to destroy his body at the expense of both sides. He knew very well that his opponent wanted to destroy his physical body before he could reconstruct his physical body. This was because the one who could reconstruct his physical body first would have the upper hand in the battle and could forcefully stop his opponent from reconstructing his physical body. He quickly repaired his body as he retreated. Li Guhuang's body had already been reformed. He took a step forward, and the Sun Ocean and the 9 golden ravens appeared again. This time, Lin Tian seemed to be in a passive position. His half-reformed body was directly smashed into pieces. He used the power of his divine soul to roll up his broken body and retreat, quickly reforming his body. "It's useless. I won't give you a chance." Li Guhuang's voice was emotionless. Under the pressure of the sun, Lin Tian's flesh exploded again with a piu sound. Clang! 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 The sound of the sword was ear-piercing. Li Guhuang took out the Sun Immortal Sword. Dense and blazing sword rays were like the sword rain that Lin Tian had slashed out before. They quickly pressed toward Lin Tian. For a moment, Lin Tian's broken body was constantly crushed, and he looked even more miserable. Boom! Divine power surged. Not far away, the divine weapons that Lin Tian had taken out before moved. They were controlled by Lin Tian with his mind. At this moment, they rushed over and pressed toward Li Guhuang, buying him enough time to reform his body. He reformed his body. His eyes were cold. The reincarnation diagram and the yin-yang lotus sea appeared together and pressed toward Li Guhuang. Poof! The reincarnation diagram collapsed the sun ocean, and the yin-yang lotus sea crushed the 9 golden ravens. He appeared beside Li Guhuang, grabbed a blood-red divine sword, and slashed it down, cutting it into pieces. Li Guhuang's broken body jumped with blood-red flames and reformed in the blink of an eye. With a low roar, he attacked Lin Tian again. This time, he supported the Sun Mulberry superpower and the Sun Immortal Sword superpower together. Together, their power skyrocketed. Lin Tian's eyes were full of murderous intent, but he had to admit that Li Guhuang's Sun Nirvana technique was very troublesome. With this saint technique protecting his body, the speed at which he reformed his body was too fast. He almost had a real, indestructible body. Boom! Li Guhuang rushed over at this moment. His expression was cold, and he used all kinds of superpower and secret techniques. His killing power was shocking. Just like before, he completely abandoned defense and focused all his divine power and consciousness on attacking. The power was really terrifying. In the blink of an eye, Lin Tian's arm was crushed. However, at the same time, Lin Tian's heaven-piercing sword also slashed Li Guhuang's head, cutting his body into pieces again. The blood-red flames flickered. Li Guhuang instantly reformed his body, and with the sun god fire in the sky, he pressed down mercilessly. With the Sun Nirvana technique protecting my body, I can be reborn continuously and be eternal. In the end, you can only die in my hands. Li Guhuang's voice was emotionless. With a boom, the sunlight surged. Li Guhuang supported all kinds of superpower. He abandoned defense and attacked Lin Tian again. Eternal and indestructible. What a joke! There is nothing in this world that is eternal and indestructible. If I say I will kill you, you will definitely die. Lin Tian's voice was even more ruthless. Li Guhuang was indeed very powerful with the Sun Nirvana technique protecting his body. In a battle of the same level, he was almost invincible, but it was very troublesome to be reborn continuously. At this moment, his expression did not change, but a ray of silver light flashed in his eyes. With a low roar, the divine power in his body skyrocketed. He directly faced Li Guhuang, and the divine light covered all directions. Boom! 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 The two of them kept colliding, and the void collapsed and the sky cracked. Strands of spatial turbulence kept pouring out. Poof! Poof! Blood splattered. Li Guhuang's body was completely shattered, and half of Lin Tian's body was shattered. Their blood stained the void. The blood-red flames flickered. Li Guhuang instantly reformed his body, and like a ray of sunlight, he charged at Lin Tian. I said that with the Sun Nirvana technique protecting my body, I can be eternal and indestructible. You won't have the slightest chance in this battle. Li Guhuang said coldly, The sun was blazing. The solar celestial sword and many of the Leaf family's great magical powers appeared together, and the 9 golden crows also appeared. Lin Tian's body had not been reformed when Li Guhuang suppressed him, but his expression did not change at all. Only a cold light flashed in his eyes. In the next moment, with a boom, he shattered his own physical body. At the same time, a violent blood qi power sputtered out, turning into a destructive wave that drowned Li Guhuang, who was charging over, and blasted his physical body into pieces. Li Guhuang's broken body flickered with blood-red flames. Wisps of spiritual light rolled, and his body was about to reform. Boom! Suddenly, Lin Tian's flesh and blood surged like a wave. He did not gather together. Instead, he directly engulfed Li Guhuang's body, using the mist of blood and flesh to cover Li Guhuang's shattered body. You want to stop me from reforming my body with this? It's useless, Li Guhuang said coldly. The blood-red flames flickered and became more vigorous. His broken body was shining. Even if Lin Tian's blood mist and broken body covered it, it was not of much use. Buzz! Right at this moment, numerous sealing runes suddenly appeared in this space. They were secretly engraved by Lin Tian during his battle with Li Guhuang. At this moment, they manifested, transforming into chains of light that sealed the surrounding space. With a series of popping sounds, they directly pierced through Li Guhuang's flesh and blood, forcefully locking him in the void, forcefully interfering with his regeneration of his body. At the same time, Lin Tian's broken body and blood mist shone brightly at this time. The golden divine light illuminated all directions. He quickly activated the Sun Heart Sutra under the condition of his broken body. It was not to protect himself, but to use the golden divine light of the ancient sutra to cover himself and Li Guhuang's broken body and blood mist. Then his spirit also emitted a bright spirit light. At this moment, it directly attacked Li Guhuang's spirit and ruthlessly attacked. For a time, the two people's spirits collided, and balls of astonishing spirit light erupted on the spot. Chapter 871. Golden divine light illuminated the surroundings, emitting from the heart of the Sun Sutra. It enveloped Lin Tian's and Li Guhuang's shattered flesh and divine soul. At this moment, Lin Tian's divine soul ruthlessly attacked Li Guhuang's divine soul, clashing madly with it. You want to steal my technique? Don't even think about it, Li Guhuang roared. With a boom, the blood-red flames flickered. Wisps of flames rushed up, and his shattered flesh emitted endless light. You can't reassemble. Lin Tian's cold voice rang out. Clatter, clatter, clatter. The imprisonment runes turned into chains of light, sealing off the surroundings. Together with Lin Tian's own flesh and blood, they forcibly imprisoned Li Guhuang's shattered body. Most importantly, the heart of the Sun Sutra emitted the most dazzling golden light, forcibly suppressing the pulsating blood-red flames outside Li Guhuang's shattered body, forcibly interrupting Li Guhuang's reassembly. Wang, his divine soul emitted endless light, intertwining with Li Guhuang's divine soul. With the golden divine light as a guide, it pulled at the nirvana of the Sun Sutra that was engraved in Li Guhuang's divine soul. Runes jumped out one after another, flashing with divine light. Damn it! Li Guhuang roared in anger. The origin of the sun trembled, emitting rays of the Sun Sutra's radiance that could burn all things. Lin Tian's flesh and blood trembled, but then a ray of light that was even stronger than the origin of the sun surged out. The origin of reincarnation trembled, like a vast ocean surging up, directly suppressing the origin of the Sun Sutra's radiance. Boom! The golden divine radiance became even stronger. Lin Tian's spirit trembled as he continuously clashed with Li Guhuang's spirit, drawing out even more runic Tao seals. Those were the runes of the art of Sun Nirvana. He quickly memorized them in his soul body with the light of his spirit. It was extremely difficult to forcibly seize someone else's technique. However, unfortunately, the nirvana of the sun that Li Guhuang had mastered was the technique of Lord Solar, while he had mastered the Heart Sutra of the Sun. This ancient sutra could be said to be the source of many of Lord Solar's great techniques. He used the Heart Sutra of the Sun to support it, and then relied on his shattered flesh and blood to suppress Li Guhuang. He used his spiritual soul that had survived 2 heavenly tribulations in a row to crash into Li Guhuang's spiritual soul, which greatly reduced the difficulty of seizing the technique. He forcibly extracted the profound essence of this saint technique from Li Guhuang's spiritual soul. Of course, with his current strength, even if he had a Mother Sutra like the Sun Heart Sutra, he could only barely compete for a divine power. After all, Li Guhuang was very powerful, and he had the Sun King physique, which was not something an ordinary cultivator could compare to. 1. Using the memory of his divine soul, he extracted the runes and Tao seals from Li Guhuang's divine soul. His shattered flesh began to glow with strange lights, and blood-red flames danced on his body, causing his shattered body to attract the endless spiritual lights around him. Li Guhuang was furious. He couldn't bear to be forcefully seized by Lin Tian like this. He shook the origin of the sun and circulated the nirvana of the sun even faster. The surging blood-red flames jumped violently, causing the formation patterns carved by Lin Tian to creak. Boom! Lin Tian's shattered flesh glowed, and the origin of reincarnation blazed, once again suppressing Li Guhuang's origin of the sun. At the same time, his spiritual soul became even more powerful. After surviving 2 heavenly tribulations in a row, it was incomparably sturdy. At this moment, under the support of the Heart Sutra of the Sun, a vast and immortal spiritual energy was released, and more profound essence of the nirvana of the sun was drawn out from Li Guhuang's spiritual soul. He quickly memorized it with the light of his spiritual soul, and at the same time he evolved it in his spiritual soul. Li Guhuang roared, "Damn it! Get lost!" In response, Lin Tianji snorted coldly, "I'm going to get this saint technique." His voice was cold. Both of them were in a state of fragmentation, and they were in a stalemate in the void. After an unknown amount of time, Li Guhuang roared and used all his means. He finally broke the confinement formation patterns and collapsed Lin Tian's flesh and soul, and reformed his physical body in the distance. Lin Tian! He was extremely furious, and killing intent surged in his eyes. The mighty Sun Ocean and the 9 golden crows cruelly charged towards Lin Tiansha. In the distance, Lin Tianling snorted. With a buzz, blood-red flames jumped, and he reformed his physical body in an instant. He raised his golden fist and punched forward. Boom! The powerful punch was unparalleled. It shattered the 9 golden crows, broke the Sun Ocean, and landed on Li Guhuang's chest, shattering him into pieces. Li Guhuang reformed his physical body in an instant. His killing intent was like the sea, and all kinds of magical powers and secret techniques were displayed, shattering the sky. This was a terrifying power that seemed to be able to destroy everything, like a sun that was about to burn the world. Lin Tian's eyes were also cold. He took a step forward, and the divination divine technique, the 4-symbol seal, the reincarnation diagram, and the spiritual sea's vision were displayed one by one. They gathered together and pressed down on Li Guhuang. Boom! 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 The battle between the two was shocking to the extreme, shattering expanse after expanse of space and shattering the earth. Divine light covered everything. Poof! Poof! A moment later, the two of them exploded at the same time, and blood stained the void. Then the same blood-red flames jumped outside their shattered bodies, and they reformed their physical bodies in the blink of an eye. The anger in Li Guhuang's eyes was terrifying. This was the precious technique he found, and it could give him an absolute advantage and initiative in battle. But now it was taken away by Lin Tian, and he also learned this Song Wushuang Saint technique. Great magical power! Lin Tian's eyes were intertwined with light. He stared at Li Guhuang and took a step forward. He had just obtained the sun's nirvana technique and had only temporarily cultivated and evolved it, but he was already shocked by this saint technique. It could be said to be extremely amazing. It was definitely a healing saint technique. Simply put, although cultivators of the great Tao realm and above could reconstruct their bodies, the process of reconstructing would take some time. Moreover, every time they reconstructed their bodies, they would consume their own blood and qi. But this sun's nirvana technique did not need to do that. Not only could it infinitely shorten the time it took to reconstruct the body, but it also did not consume any blood and qi at all. It only required divine power and spiritual qi. It could be said that with this saint technique's protection, in a battle between cultivators of the same level, one could be considered to have an indestructible body. They would be in an invincible position. Very good. He pressed down on Li Guhuang, and all kinds of spells and magical powers were displayed, covering the sky. Li Guhuang was furious. His black hair stood on end, and all kinds of killing lights appeared at the same time, suppressing all directions. Lin Tian did not dodge or evade. He pressed forward. Just like Li Guhuang before, he ignored all of Li Guhuang's attacks and allowed them to fall on his body. Before his body exploded, he pressed a killing light on Li Guhuang's body. Puff! Puff! Both of their bodies exploded at the same time again, and blood stained the void. With a rumble, blood-red flames flickered around their bodies. They used the same technique to quickly reconstruct their bodies. But this time Lin Tian was faster. Before Li Guhuang could reconstruct his body, he slashed with the blood-red divine sword. Although it's the same technique, I still have the Sun's Heart Sutra. Lin Tian's voice was emotionless. Both he and Li Guhuang now had the Sun's Nirvana technique to protect their bodies, but he also had the Sun Lord's Heart Sutra. So, his son's Nirvana technique was now more powerful than Li Guhuang's. Clang! He shook the divine sword and mercilessly slashed out the 3 moves of Ling Tian. The destructive sword instantly closed in on Li Guhuang. With a puff, more than half of Li Guhuang's reconstructed body was directly smashed into pieces. He let out a roar and relied on the sun's Nirvana technique to quickly reconstruct his body. But only halfway through the reconstruction, Lin Tian's heaven's Nirvana-killing light pressed down again. Let me see what other life-saving techniques you have. Lin Tian's eyes were cold. He waved the heaven's Nirvana sword and pressed down like a rain of swords, mercilessly attacking Li Guhuang. Puff! 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 Again and again, Li Guhuang's body continued to shatter. It was a shocking sight. Li Guhuang roared, and the light of his shattered body shone brightly. A violent wave of the great path emerged and turned into a destructive solar storm. It swept Lin Tian into it and instantly shattered Lin Tian's body. The great path's precepts surged wildly. The great path of the sun! Lin Tian's cold voice rang out. He recognized Li Guhuang's precepts. It was the great path of the sun, one of the top 10 of the 3,000 great paths. He was not surprised by this. After all, Li Guhuang had the Sun King physique and was extremely talented. It was natural for him to be able to comprehend the great path of the sun. The blood-red flames flickered, and he instantly reconstructed his body. At the same time, he propped up his great path's precepts. For a moment, his nameless great path's precepts collided with Li Guhuang's great path of the sun. The two collided violently, bursting out balls of destructive light. This destructive light rushed out in all directions, shattering everything and creating streaks of spatial turbulence. Boom! Li Guhuang also reconstructed his body, and his control of the great path of the sun had obviously reached an extremely profound level. With this great path's precepts, he collided wildly with Lin Tian's nameless great path's precepts. The two did not give way to each other. After that, more than 100 breaths passed in the blink of an eye. The two of them exchanged great path's precepts and collided with magical powers. Each of them was constantly injured by the other, and their faces turned pale. Then, after dozens of breaths passed, the two of them exerted their full strength. In the end, Lin Tian's great path's precepts won and crushed Li Guhuang's great path's precepts. Li Guhuang was shocked and angry. He could not believe it. The great path he controlled was the great path of the sun, which was ranked 6th among the 3,000 great paths. Moreover, he was now at the 7th heaven of the great path. He activated the precepts of the great path of the sun with his cultivation at the 7th heaven of the great path. But he was actually defeated by Lin Tian's nameless great path, which was activated at the peak of the 3rd heaven of the great path. It actually crushed his great path of the sun. Boom! The corners of Lin Tian's mouth were stained with blood, and his clothes were dyed red. He took a step forward, and with the nameless great path that seemed to destroy the galaxy, it flooded towards Li Guhuang. With a poof, Li Guhuang was directly crushed. He was miserable and sorrowful, and his blood splattered all over the sky. Roar! He let out an angry roar, and the blood-red flames flickered. He reconstructed his great path of the sun with the nirvana of the sun technique. In the distance, he activated the great path of the sun again. At the same time, he propped up the sun ocean and the 9 golden crows in his sea of consciousness and directly merged them. Kill! He let out a loud roar, and the destructive storm formed by the fusion of the great path of the sun, the king's territory, and the sea of consciousness rushed towards Lin Tiansha. All of a sudden, wherever he passed, the space collapsed in patches, unable to withstand such a murderous power at all. Lin Tianling humphed and formed a seal with both hands, directly propping up the reincarnation diagram of the king's territory. Afterwards, his nameless great path's precepts surged upwards and fused with the reincarnation diagram, erupting with a ball of dazzling light that made the reincarnation diagram even more vast. This was his strongest combat power and strongest divine art. Great Tao reincarnation diagram. It's over, Li Guhuang. You must die today.